Beneath our oceans lie not just shipwrecks and coral but the bones of entire worlds, civilizations whispered in myth, erased by time and drowned in silence. Atlantis was just the beginning. From the depths of the Amazon to the bottomless black of the Mariana Trench, this is the story of 30 sunken cultures that may have ruled before the flood. Some say they never existed. Others say they're still out there, so take a breath. Hold it. Because we're diving into the most haunting question in human history, what did we lose to the sea? Before we plunge into the deep, hit that subscribe button to keep these lost worlds coming back to life. And while you're here, drop a comment below. Where are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Midnight in Manila? Noon in New York? Let's map our own civilization right here in the comments. Atlantis. It begins with a name whispered through 2 millennia of myth, madness, and marble-lipped philosophers. Atlantis. Not just a city, but an obsession. Not just a myth, but the myth. The alpha and omega of lost worlds. The gold standard of sunken civilizations. The template for every what if that has ever gasped beneath the weight of salt water and shattered stone. Plato told us it fell in a single day and night, gone, just like that. One moment, an empire of gleaming temples and ivory walls. The next, an abyss of bubbles and screaming silence. But let's rewind. It's 360 BCE. Plato, the philosopher with the mind of a mathematician and the soul of a poet, sits down to write 2 dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. Buried in their dense elliptical Greek are references to a place he claims existed 9,000 years before his own time. A vast island, larger than Libya and Asia combined, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. This island, he writes, was home to a powerful naval empire that ruled parts of Western Europe and North Africa. It was lush, symmetrical, geometrically divine, rings of land and sea, bridges and canals, an acropolis crowned with gold statues, and a gleaming temple to Poseidon, civilization perfected. But then, decadence, corruption, the wrath of the gods. And just like that, boom, submerged beneath the waves. Now, any rational historian would point out the obvious. Plato was telling an allegory. Atlantis was never meant to be taken literally. It was a moral fable, a thought experiment about utopia and its collapse, a warning against hubris, not a travel brochure for marine archaeologists. And yet, try telling that to the centuries of cartographers who drew Atlantis into the edges of their maps, to the Nazi archaeologists who hunted for it like a blueprint to Aryan ancestry, to conspiracy theorists who see it in satellite images of the ocean floor, or psychics who channel Atlantean priests during brunch. Because the story of Atlantis taps into something deeper than fact. It's about memory, about what we've lost, about the primal terror that civilization is always one catastrophe away from turning into ruins. It's the fear that all our cities are just future coral reefs. The legend caught fire during the Renaissance, when Europe rediscovered Plato. Explorers searched the Canary Islands, the Azores, even the Americas, claiming to find echoes of the lost world. By the time Ignatius Donnelly wrote Atlantis, the antediluvian world in 1882, the idea had mutated into a full-blown pseudoscientific fever dream. Donnelly argued that Atlantis was the cradle of all civilization, that its refugees seeded Egypt, Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, that it explained pyramids, hieroglyphs, and myths of a great flood across every continent. Never mind evidence Atlantis made sense. It was the missing puzzle piece that tied everything together with a neat, imaginary bow. Even Edgar Cayce, sleeping prophet, got in on the action, claiming to have seen Atlantis in trance visions, complete with flying machines and crystal death rays. He said it would rise again in the 1960s. Spoiler, it didn't. But here's the twist. What if there's a kernel of truth buried in the fantasy? What if Plato was echoing some ancient memory garbled, mythologized, but not entirely fabricated? Because we know now that the end of the last ice age, around 11,600 years ago, did trigger catastrophic sea level rise. Massive floods swept across the globe as glaciers melted. Entire coastlines vanished. Low-lying lands were swallowed. The planet transformed in a geological blink. That date, 11,600 years ago, exactly when Plato places the fall of Atlantis. Coincidence? Maybe. Maybe not. Some point to the Rishat structure in Mauritanian, enormous eye-like geological formation in the Saharas, a possible Atlantean ruin. It fits the concentric rings. It's the right size. It was once lush and wet, but it's also not underwater, and it's a naturally occurring uplift, so maybe not the best candidate. Others look to the Caribbean, or Antarctica, or the Azores Plateau. Satellite images reveal strange formations on the seafloor, but most are explained away as underwater mountains or sonar illusions. The ocean is a master of camouflage. Still, the idea persists. Atlantis is out there, somewhere, waiting. And even if the literal city never existed, the idea of Atlantis has shaped everything from science fiction to spiritualism. It gave birth to utopias, to sunken cities and comic books, to cinematic empires and RPG world maps. It's civilization's ghost, a dream of perfection and a warning of collapse. And if Atlantis is the original fallen kingdom, then what came before it? Because Plato didn't describe Atlantis as a lone anomaly. He suggested it was one of many ancient powers, one of many civilizations swallowed by time and tide. And if that's the case, if flood myths and sunken ruins aren't just metaphors, then maybe Atlantis is just the tip of the trident. There are other names, other drowned lands, civilizations that whisper from beneath the waves, half forgotten and half imagined. Take, for instance, the story from the Indian Ocean, a legend as old as Tamil poetry. A land that supposedly stretched across the southern seas, connecting ancient peoples with a shared language, a shared script, and maybe a shared doom. They called it Kumari Kandam, and it might just be Atlantis's southern cousin, Kumari Kandam. If Atlantis is the lost crown jewel of Western myth, then Kumari Kandam is its mirror in the East, more ancient, more poetic, and somehow even more tantalizing. Where Atlantis came to us through the cold logic of Greek dialogue, Kumari Kandam oozes from the fiery heart of South Asian legend. It sings from the verses of Tamil poets, ripples across the oral histories of ancient Dravidians, and lingers like monsoon mist in the deep-time consciousness of a culture that refuses to forget. To the uninitiated, Kumari Kandam sounds like a fringe fantasia sunken continent, stretching from the southern tip of India all the way to Madagascar, perhaps even connecting to Australia. A vast, fertile landmass swallowed by rising seas in some prehistoric cataclysm. But to Tamil tradition, it's not just a theory, it's a birthright. Let's rewind. Again. The Tamil people, one of the oldest continuous civilizations in the world, have a cultural memory that stretches back 2,000, 3,000, even 4,000 years. But their literary tradition speaks of a time long before that, a time of 3 Sangams, or great academies of Tamil literature and learning. 2 of these were said to have taken place in cities that now lie beneath the sea, cities in a lost continent, cities of Kumari Kandam. According to ancient Tamil texts and later interpretations, Kumari Kandam was the cradle of Tamil civilization, a place where sages and kings lived in harmony, where the Tamil language evolved into its golden form, a land of palm trees, temples, elephants, and endless poems. A landmass the size of a continent, later fragmented and drowned in a series of floods so catastrophic they make the biblical deluge look like a bathtub mishap. You won't find this in mainstream textbooks. Modern geology classifies Kumari Kandam as a piece of speculative fiction, an old term used in the colonial 19th century when European scholars tried to explain the geographic similarities between India, Madagascar, and Africa. Before the theory of plate tectonics caught on, they hypothesized that a lost continent had simply sunk. Lemuria, they called it. And in the Tamil version, Lemuria became Kumari Kandam. The British loved the idea until it got inconvenient, because once the native scholars of South India began adopting Kumari Kandam into their nationalist and cultural pride, the colonizers backed off. What began as a Western pseudoscientific theory got appropriated by a colonized people as a badge of honor, and that's where things got complicated. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the idea of Kumari Kandam morphed into something more than myth. It became a symbol of Dravidian identity. In a world carved up by colonial powers and northern Indian dominance, the idea that the Tamil people hailed from a glorious, prehistoric supercivilization beneath the Indian Ocean became both a romantic dream and a political act. This wasn't just a land lost to the sea, it was a civilization lost to time and, maybe to sabotage. Some Tamil revivalists began to argue that the destruction of Kumari Kandam wasn't merely a geological accident, it was divine retribution, or cosmic injustice, or more provocatively, a historical cover-up. A cultural Atlantis, silenced by tides and time, with its survivors forced to flee northward, giving rise to the Indus Valley civilization, the Mesopotamians, even the Egyptians. Wild? Maybe, but remember, all myths grow from the cracks in what we know. And here's where things get spooky. We now know that sea levels did rise dramatically at the end of the last ice age, anywhere from 100 to 130 meters higher than before. The coastal shelf around southern India is wide and shallow. If there was ever any settlement or proto-civilization hugging that ancient coastline, it would now lie miles underwater. Even today, off the coast of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, divers have discovered submerged structures, temples, walls, stone blocks too geometrically aligned to be accidents. In Pumpuhar, a coastal town mentioned in Sangam literature, ruins have been found deep in the Bay of Bengal. Not enough to declare a lost continent, but enough to raise eyebrows. Enough to ignite legends. Enough to ask, what else is out there? Of course, geologists scoff. They point out that Lemuria never existed, and that the continental drift theory explains why India and Madagascar were once neighbors. They remind us that civilizations need time to evolve, and we're talking about eras before the invention of writing, let alone monumental architecture. And yet, the myth refuses to die. Because Kumari Kandam isn't just a place, it's an idea. A rebuttal to the notion that civilization began only in the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East, or under the pyramids of Egypt. It's a whisper from the global south saying, we were here too, maybe even before you. It's the dream that deep beneath the Indian Ocean lie not just stone ruins, but buried stories, forgotten languages, lost gods. Maybe even the blueprints of a civilization that was as advanced and as doomed as any ever recorded. Kumari Kandam also serves as an eerie echo chamber for something else, the haunting familiarity of flood myths. Because let's take a step back. Think about the fact that nearly every major ancient culture has some version of a great flood deluge sent by gods, washing away humanity, sparing only a few. The Sumerians had Ziusudra, the Hebrews had Noah, the Indians had Manu, the Greeks had Deucalion, the Chinese had Yu the Great. The list goes on. All of Themiveri single one speak of a time when the world drowned. Now pair that with what we know, that between 15,000 and 10,000 years ago, sea levels rose violently, swallowing coastlines, reshaping continents. That's not myth. That's science. So the legends, they're not entirely crazy. They may be echoes of traumatic events burned into cultural memory. Stories told and retold until gods and floodwaters became metaphors. until lost coastlines became Lemuria, until sunken temples became Kumari Kandam. Maybe the Tamil poets remembered more than we thought. Now picture this: a golden age Tamil kingdom, advanced beyond its time, perched on the edge of a prehistoric continent. They build, they thrive, they write verses that make modern poetry sound like Twitter rants, then storms, earthquakes, tides that rise like gods with grudges, cities pulled into the deep, survivors fleeing inland, their memories intact but fading. And centuries later, those memories become myth, then scripture, then culture, then nationalism. Today, Kumari Kandam exists in textbooks only tangentially, but it looms large in the Tamil imagination. It's depicted in films, in novels, in ancient reprints of Sangam literature. It's become a cipher for both grief and pride, a reminder that what sinks can still shape what floats. But Kumari Kandam is just one name in a long drowned list. Because while the Indian Ocean may have claimed one ancient world, the Pacific might have claimed another. A realm of mystery stretching across thousands of miles of water, where the lines between history and hoax blur like mirages. A place known only as Mu, or Lemuria. Or if you're in the mood for pseudo-historical cocktails both. If Kumari Kandam was the heart of Dravidian pride, Mu was the fever dream of the 19th century Western esoteric crowd. And it's coming next. If your mind's already spiraling with the what-ifs of Kumari Kandam, imagine what's still ahead. If you're into ancient mysteries, sunken continents, and forbidden timelines, go ahead and subscribe now so you don't miss the rest. And tell me in the comments, where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Let's see how far across time zones this ancient rabbit hole stretches. Mu, Lemuria. There are stories that live in books, and there are stories that crawl out of books, dress in myths, and haunt the footnotes of history like polite ghosts at a dinner party. Mu is the latter. Also known as Lemuria, Mu is the preposterous continent, the phantom empire, the fever dream that refused to die. It's the most speculative of all the sunken lands, the least tangible, the most mispronounced. And yet, somehow, it may also be the most influential because Mu didn't just sink beneath the waves. It soaked into the minds of mystics, spiritualists, and occultists, leaving behind the soggiest kind of legacy, unprovable, unkillable, and uncomfortably seductive. Let's start with the name. Mu was coined in the 19th century by Augustus Le Plongeon, an amateur archaeologist and professional imagination enthusiast who claimed he had deciphered ancient Mayan writings describing a lost continent in the Pacific. He believed Mu was the real cradle of civilization, and that it had sunk in a single cataclysmic event, much like Atlantis. Its survivors, he said, spread out across the globe, founding the great ancient civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and the Americas. So, essentially, the world was built by waterlogged super-refugees. Le Plongeon's theories were spectacularly wrong. He misread the Mayan codices, and mainstream historians collectively rolled their eyes so hard they gave themselves migraines. But the damager, depending on your perspective, the inspiration was done. Because once the word Mu entered the conversation, it was picked up and mutated by a string of spiritualists, theosophists, and esoteric philosophers who had absolutely zero interest in academic credibility, but infinite interest in lost continents and cosmic destiny. Enter James Churchward, a British-born occultist and ex-soldier who claimed that Mu was not just a lost continent, it was the original human civilization. According to Churchward, Mu was located in the Pacific Ocean, and it was home to a race of people known as the Nakul. These Nakuls were advanced beyond comprehension. They had perfect societies, deathless technology, and spiritual enlightenment so pure it would make yoga instructors weep. Churchward claimed that Mu had 64 million inhabitants and flourished 50,000 years ago. That's not a typo, 50,000 years. long before Mesopotamia, long before Egypt, long before even the oldest known human settlements. Mu, he said, was the womb of humanity. And then, inevitably, Mu fell. How? Well, Churchward had options. He suggested volcanic activity, tectonic shifts, perhaps divine punishment. He wasn't picky about which apocalypse was responsible, as long as it got the job done. The continent broke apart, crumbled, and disappeared beneath the Pacific. What remained were the scattered islands of Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia, fragments of the lost whole. Geographical shrapnel. He published several books about it in the 1920s and 30s, complete with hand-drawn maps and diagrams of temples he claimed were Naacal in origin. These books sold well, really well, because who doesn't love a grand, secret history of the world, especially one that doesn't require carbon dating, peer review, or any knowledge of actual geology? Churchward's Mu didn't stay on the page. It bled into the bloodstream of 20th century pseudoscience and spiritual counterculture. It showed up in theosophy, in New Age crystal lore, in early science fiction, even in video games and anime. It gave Atlantis a Pacific cousin, a mirror opposite to the Greek legend. If Atlantis was the sunken shame of the West, Mu was the sunken mystery of the East. And like Atlantis, Mu had its fair share of fantastical claims. Crystal-powered cities, telepathic priest-kings, flying ships, gigantic temples that defied gravity and logic. It was essentially the mythological buffet table of lost world fiction. Anything you wanted to believe had probably happened in Mu. But here's the thing. Underneath all the pseudo-historical glitter, there's a darker undercurrent. Mu and Lemuria weren't just fantasy playgrounds. They were often used to justify deeply flawed ideas about race and civilization. Theosophists like Helena Blavatsky described the inhabitants of Lemuria as an ancient root, race of spiritually superior beings who laid the groundwork for modern humanity. And while some of this was wrapped in mystical language about chakras and astral evolution, it often veered dangerously close to racial hierarchy nonsense. This wasn't accidental. The idea of a lost, superior race conveniently explained why brown people in colonized parts of the world had ancient ruins but weren't, in the eyes of European conquerors, civilized. Obviously, they were the degenerated remnants of Mu, or Lemuria, not equal, just leftovers. So, while the myth of Mu seems harmless just, another yarn spun around a fireplace it was occasionally weaponized to prop up colonial arrogance and cultural erasure. That's the shadow side of pseudo-history. It can look like fantasy, but it often smells like ideology. Still, Mu persists. Not because of its facts, but because of its function. Like Atlantis, Mu explains what we want to believe about ourselves, that we were once better, that there was a golden age, that technology and spirituality once walked hand in hand, that we didn't crawl out of the dirt but fell from grace. That history isn't a slow climb upward, but a cycle of ascent, disaster, and forgetting. And there's something deeply human in that. Because the real world is messy. Civilizations rise and fall. Technology changes faster than our ethics. Floods happen, earthquakes strike. And every ruin we dig up makes us wonder what else might be buried deeper still. There's a reason why Mu isn't just a Western obsession. In India, Lemuria was linked to Kumari Kandam. In Polynesian lore, there are myths of sunken lands and vanished islands. In Japanese tradition, there are stories of ancient civilizations lost to the sea. The Pacific, after all, is vast, absurdly sown, littered with atolls, reefs, and island chains that could easily fuel centuries of speculation. Is it really so impossible to believe that ancient peoples once lived on lands now submerged? Not necessarily. Sea levels were indeed lower during the Ice Age. Entire continental shelves that are now underwater were once dry land. Humans migrated across what is now seabed. They built, they farmed, they left traces. The idea that there might be ruins beneath the waves isn't myth, it's geology. But Mu, as described by Churchward and his esoteric descendants, it's fiction wrapped in belief, a beautiful, shimmering mirage that tells us more about our fantasies than our fossils. Still, for all its flaws, Mu paved the way for deeper questions. It made people look at the sea not just as a barrier, but as a burial ground. It made us ask, what's beneath the blue? What did the water take? Because the ocean doesn't just swallow, it hides. And that brings us to a curious set of stones, lying quietly beneath the Caribbean waters off the coast of the Bahamas. Not myth, not metaphor. Real rocks, real formation, real mystery. Some say it's just natural geology. Others call it a road, a causeway, a clue. Welcome to the Bimini Road. Bimini Road culture. It begins, as all good stories do, with an accident. September 1968. A group of divers, amateur and skeptical, scanning the turquoise waters off North Bimini Island in the Bahamas, stumble upon something they don't quite understand. A strange alignment of stones beneath the shallow surf, massive rectangular slabs, neatly laid out, like bricks in some long-forgotten avenue, too organized to be natural, too worn to be modern. Their minds, understandably, leap not to geology but to myth. Atlantis. They called it the Bimini Road. To the untrained eye, it looked like the remains of a paved causeway stretching into the deep sunken pier, perhaps, or the shattered remnants of a great port. 300 meters long, composed of smooth, flat limestone blocks, many measuring over 4 meters across, the formation ran in a curving, suspiciously straight line under only a few meters of clear Bahamian water. The stones were not stacked, but laid out side by side, as if waiting for sandals or chariot wheels to return. Almost immediately, speculation erupted. Could this be a vestige of Atlantis? A bridge to a forgotten island? The ceremonial path of some ancient maritime culture? Some even claimed to sense energy vibrations from the site, though whether those came from the stones or the stories they carried was anyone's guess. Now, to the scientific mind, the Bimini Road is a classic case of pareidolia seeing patterns where none exist. Marine geologists argue that these are beach rock formations, naturally occurring slabs of sedimented limestone broken into rectangular shapes by wave action and fracturing. They call it coincidence, erosion, a trick of time and tide. But the stones don't care about theories. They just sit there, stubborn and monolithic, holding their secrets beneath layers of coral and algae, laughing in bubbles. Let's entertain the possibility, for a moment, that the skeptics are wrong. What if the Bimini Road isn't natural? What if it was built? If that's the case, we have to ask a much bigger question. Who built it? Because here's the thing, no known civilization should have been capable of constructing such a thing in this region. The indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, while incredibly adept navigators and brilliant in their own right, left no record of megalithic construction. No stone cities, no monolithic roads, no deep sea ports, and certainly nothing that looks like a drowned highway from a lost empire. So if the Bimini Road was built, it had to have been built by someone else. Someone older. Someone forgotten. That's where things get wild. In the 1930s and 40s, long before the Bimini Road was discovered, a man named Edgar Cayce, so-called sleeping prophet, made a series of psychic predictions while in trance. One of those predictions was that remnants of Atlantis would begin to rise near the Bahamas in 1968 or 1969. He even mentioned Bimini by name. Cue the Twilight Zone music. When the Bimini Road appeared exactly as Cayce predicted, believers saw it as divine confirmation. Atlantis was real. Cayce was legit. The end of academic arrogance was nigh. But skeptics, as always, had their rebuttal. Vague predictions, lucky timing, and natural rock formations. Case closed. Or is it? Because the Bimini Road isn't just one formation. Dive deeper literally and you'll find reports of other stone alignments nearby. Structures, pillars, even what look like ruins. And while much of this is hotly contested, the sheer number of anomalies clustered in one area is enough to raise eyebrows if not sea levels. What if we're looking at the remnants of a coastal culture that existed before recorded history? A people whose settlements were built on now submerged shorelines? When sea levels were lower, the Bahama Banks would have been dry, land-vast stretches of habitable territory perfect for early human experimentation with agriculture, navigation, and architecture. We know the Earth was different 10,000 years ago. We know ice-covered continents and coastlines stretched hundreds of miles further than today. We know that entire human populations lived along those now vanished coast sand, that the rising tides of the Holocene likely wiped them out without mercy. What if Bimini wasn't the only road? What if it was part of a network? A network of coastal cities, ceremonial paths, maritime cultures, lost not to war or fire but to water? That's the seductive draw of Bimini. Not just the stones themselves, but what they represent. A hint, a whisper, a geological breadcrumb that might lead us to an older truth. Let's talk culture. If there was a civilization in this area, what might it have looked like? First, it would have to be seafaring. The Caribbean is not a place for landlubbers. Navigation would be paramount: canoes, outriggers, sail technology, maybe even celestial navigation. This culture might have traded between islands long before anyone else dreamed of compasses. Second, it would be deeply animistic. Ocean cultures tend to worship the sea, fear it, understand its moods. Think temples dedicated to wave gods, offerings made at the tide's edge, carvings in coral, rites performed during lunar alignments when the tides are at their wildest. The Bimini Road, if cultural, could have been a ceremonial path leading to a sea altar or a place where the dead were offered to the deep. Third, it would have been oral, no written records, just stories passed down, and with the flood, those stories would scatter, mutate, survive in fragments. They might become the flood myths of distant tribes, the origin stories of islands, the vague memory of a people who walked on stone paths beneath the sea. We're speculating, sure, but sometimes speculation is all you have when the evidence lies buried beneath coral and time. The challenge is that underwater archaeology is agonizingly slow. Coral grows fast, silt buries faster, and governments? They fund what they understand. Ancient underwater civilizations don't fit cleanly into any national curriculum. So Bimini waits. Divers visit, debates rage, the stones don't move. Meanwhile, new sonar technology continues to scan the seabed, revealing more anomalies, more patterns, more questions. Maybe someday, someone will find a stone tablet, a carving, a skeleton clutching a seashell god. Until then, the Bimini Road remains a tantalizing, maybe a sunken what-if just beneath the waves. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't an isolated road at all. Because halfway around the world, off the coast of a tiny Japanese island, lies something eerily similar. Giant stone terraces, sharp angles, underwater steps that seem to rise out of the seafloor, like the ribs of a drowned ziggurat. Some say it's a natural formation, others call it the Japanese Atlantis. Welcome to Yonaguni, Yonaguni civilization. You don't expect to find a city under the sea. You expect rocks, fish, maybe a coral reef if you're lucky. But what you don't expect, what you never expect, is to see a staircase rising out of the ocean floor. Yet there it is. Off the coast of Yonaguni, a small island at the western edge of Japan's Ryukyu archipelago, lies something that doesn't quite belong. 40 feet below the surface, in the middle of the East China Sea, a formation stretches out across the seabed, like the blueprint of a forgotten kingdom. Huge terraces carved into right angles, flat platforms, sweeping steps, tower-like structures, a plaza maybe, a stage, a sunken story waiting to be told. Discovered, or more accurately, noticed in 1986 by a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake, the Yonaguni Monument exploded into global curiosity almost overnight. Because this wasn't just another coral shelf or random stack of stones, it looked engineered, sculpted, cut and placed with purpose. Not everyone agreed, of course. The establishment geologists were quick to rain on the submarine parade. They insisted the formation was nothing more than a natural sandstone formation, the result of tectonic activity and the unique erosional quirks of the region's geology. Japan sits in a tectonic hotspot, after all, where plates grind and shift like ancient beasts beneath the Earth's crust. But not everyone bought it. Marine geologist Masaaki Kimura became the formation's most vocal defender. He argued that the features were too symmetrical, too architectural, to be dismissed as natural flukes. Kimura's maps of the area included everything from stepped pyramids to roads, walls, and even a possible temple. He pointed to what looked like chisel marks, columns, a grid-like layout. And the kicker? Carved, symbols faint, weathered, but unmistakably intentional on some of the rock faces. If Kimura was right, then Yonaguni wasn't just a sunken anomaly. It was evidence of a prehistoric civilization, perhaps dating back more than 10,000 years, destroyed in a flood, then hidden by time. And suddenly, the story widened. Because if this was Realif, these structures were built by human handset, would rewrite everything we know about early civilization in East Asia. It would predate the pyramids, Göbekli Tepe, and even Mesopotamian cities. It would suggest that before recorded history, there was a people who carved cities out of cliffs and watched them drown. Who were they? Well, nobody knows. There's no known record of an advanced prehistoric culture in that area. Japan's Jomon, people famous for their cord-marked pottery, date back to around 14,000 BCE, but they were hunter-gatherers, nomadic, no stone cities, no massive constructions, no temples beneath the sea. And yet, the monument sits there, cold, immovable, silent. Let's assume for a moment that the Yonaguni Formation is man-made. What kind of society would it take to build something like that? You'd need tools, coordination, vision, engineering knowledge, a sense of space, of ritual, of durability. This wasn't just stacking rocks. This was shaping a landscape, a civilization that thought in stone, not in tents. They might have lived along a massive coastal plain now, long submerged by the rising seas that followed the last glacial maximum. When the ice melted, ocean levels rose over 100 meters. Shorelines were redrawn. Valleys became gulfs. Mountains became islands. If the monument was part of a city, the rest of it would now lie buried beneath silt, coral, and centuries of sediment. A lost metropolis beneath the waves. A megalithic Atlantis of the Pacific. Skeptics still push back. They argue that the lines are too perfect to be human ironic, given how perfection is usually the giveaway for intelligence. They cite earthquake activity. They claim pareidolia, or human tendency to see faces in clouds and temples in rocks. And to be fair, the region is known for tectonic action. A big enough quake could crack rock into angular blocks. Nature, after all, is no stranger to symmetry. But here's the thing. The monument isn't just a single structure. It's a complex. It has dimensions, levels, rooms. One formation maybe, but several? With what look like stairs, doors, and channels? That's a harder pill to swallow. Then there's the question of why we haven't found more. If a whole city once stood here, why no pottery? No bones? No tools? The standard detritus of ancient life? The answer might be, because we haven't looked deep enough. Underwater archaeology is notoriously slow, underfunded, and difficult. Currents sweep evidence away, silt buries everything. And if this place was lost in a flood, its people might have fled taking what they could, leaving behind only the bare bones of their stone skeletons. That, or time, has simply erased all but the most immovable pieces. Let's get speculative. Imagine a culture, call them the Yonagunians, a seafaring society, comfortable with cliffs, obsessed with ritual and geometry. They lived on what is now a sunken plain, a fertile region of coastlines and rivers and safe harbors. They carved temples into the living rock, built ceremonial steps that aligned with the solstices. Perhaps they worshipped the ocean half in awe, half in fear. The ocean gave them food, trade, power. And one day, the ocean took everything. Not in a single wave, maybe, but in a slow, creeping tide that turned home into myth. The sea crept higher, storms became more frequent, rivers became inlets, cities became islands. And then, nothing but blue. The survivors scattered. Their children forgot. Their stories became legends. Their monuments became fish habitats. And thousands of years later, a diver finds a staircase at the bottom of the sea. The implications are staggering. Because if Yonaguni is real, it means civilization didn't start once, in Mesopotamia, but multiple times, in different places. It means humanity isn't a linear progression, but a cycle of rise and flood, of remembering and forgetting. And it makes you wonder, how many other Yonagunis are out there? How many lost cities lie beneath the waves, mistaken for rock formations or ignored entirely? Because, as far as we know, the ocean is less mapped than the surface of the moon. There could be pyramids, palaces, entire cultures sleeping beneath the currents. And some of them, like Yonaguni, may still be watching us from beneath the surface, waiting to be reawakened. But if the Yonagunians were masters of stone, the next chapter belongs to a people who vanished with the mud, a culture swallowed not by the Pacific or the Atlantic, but by the North Sea. And when it drowned, it took a whole land with it. A land once known as Doggerland. Doggerland inhabitants. It's hard to imagine now, with ferries shuttling tourists between Dover and Calais, with oil rigs rising like skeletons from the sea, and with seabirds screaming over the gray, churning waves. But once, not long ago in geological time, there was no North Sea. There was Doggerland. Not a myth, not a guess, a fact. A place as real as modern-day London, now lying drowned beneath the murky waters that separate Britain from the European mainland. It was a landscape of rolling hills and broad rivers, of lakes and meadows and marshy wetlands. It stretched from the east coast of England to the Netherlands, from Denmark to the southern tip of Scandinavia. A bridge not of stone, but of soil and grass, and life connecting what we now think of as separate continents. And people lived there. They hunted there. They fished its rivers. They built homes on its ridges. They told stories around fires that glowed beneath Ice Age stars. It was, quite literally, the heartland of prehistoric Europe, until it disappeared. Let's set the stage. The last Ice Age was ending. Massive glaciers that had covered Europe for tens of thousands of years were melting. The world was warming, sea levels were rising, and Doggerland, once an expansive plain larger than modern Britain, was shrinking, slowly, relentlessly. What began as a paradise for Mesolithic hunter-gatherers became a vanishing act in slow motion. The land was marshy, rich in game, with flocks of birds, herds of reindeer, aurochs, wild boar. Fish swam thick in the rivers. Shellfish clustered along muddy shores. People lived in small, mobile group bands that moved with the seasons and followed the herds. They left behind flint tools, carved bones, and the faint traces of hearths long gone cold. But the sea kept coming. Year by year, century by century, the lowlands flooded. Hilltops became islands, rivers became channels, forests drowned. And sometime around 6200 BCE, a final catastrophe struck a cataclysm known as the Storegga Slide. Off the coast of Norway, an enormous underwater landslide sent a wall of water rushing toward Doggerland. A tsunami, perhaps 50 feet high, crashed over the remaining land, drowning what little was left. The survivors, if any, would have fled inland, shaken, soaked, and scattered. And with that, Doggerland was gone. Today, we know it existed not because of myth or psychic vision, but because we found it. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, archaeologists and oil companies working the North Sea floor began to dredge up strange things from the depths: bones of lions, mammoths, and humans. Antlers shaped into tools, harpoons carved from reindeer, and traces of peat soil where no soil should be. This wasn't myth, this was evidence. Doggerland was real, and it was inhabited. But what we don't know, what we can only guess, is what those people felt as their world vanished. Imagine waking up each year to see the shore creeping closer. Trees once rooted in dry ground, now standing waist deep in brackish water. Rivers changing course. Islands where your grandparents once foraged. The sky still gray, the birds still screaming, but the land betraying you. At first, it must have felt like slow change. A season, a little wetter than the last. A shoreline eroding, fish migrating elsewhere. But then the flood, the deluge. The day the earth buckled, the wave came, and everything you knew became sea. There are no written records of Doggerland's death, no myths carved in stone. But perhaps, just perhaps, it echoed in later stories. The flood myths of Indo-European cultures. The half-remembered tales of lands that sank, of gods who punished, of civilizations washed away. Because Doggerland's story isn't just about land loss, it's about the fragility of civilization. These were not cavemen living in darkness. These were people with knowledge of the seasons, of animals, of tools and tides. They adapted, they survived. But in the end, they were no match for climate and catastrophe. It's tempting to imagine that they left some mark beneath the waves. A village, maybe. A place of ritual. Wooden posts in a marsh that once formed a circle. A causeway. A grave. Something the sea hasn't crushed or scattered. But even if all we have are tools and bones, Doggerland still speaks. It tells us that the boundary between land and sea is not fixed. That the map we see today is a snapshot, a temporary arrangement of continents and islands. Doggerland also forces us to rethink the narrative of European prehistory. For decades, the story has been, Ice Age ends, people cross land bridges into Britain, get stuck when the sea rises. But what if the heart of European life was already out there? What if the people of Doggerland were the center of things, not the periphery? That changes everything. It means the cultures that developed in Britain and Northwest Europe may have been descendants of Doggerland's refugees. That languages, traditions, and knowledge drowned with the land. That an entire chapter of our story lies beneath the North Sea. And here's the kicker. We're only beginning to look. New scanning technology, sonar, sub-bottom profiling, remote sensing are now peeling back the layers of sediment on the sea floor. They're finding ancient riverbeds, coastlines, drowned valleys, the skeleton of a lost land. The bones are there, but the flesh, the culture, the people, the voices still missing. We may never hear their words, but we can feel their silence. Because Doggerland reminds us that no civilization is permanent, that climate doesn't negotiate, that the ocean is a patient predator. And if Doggerland was Europe's forgotten Atlantis, then Southeast Asia has one too. Not a lost continent, not a fable, a real, vast landmass that once connected islands into a single world, a world now broken and drowned. They call it Sundaland. Sundaland civilization. Imagine a world where Indonesia is not a shattered necklace of islands, but a single, massive, land-rich superregion. A world where the Java Sea, the Gulf of Thailand, and much of the South China Sea are not oceans but valleys, forested plains, river systems teeming with life, and humans. That was Sundaland. A name that doesn't just sound ancient, it is ancient. Not because we've read about it in dusty scrolls or because poets sang its praises, but because science has traced its bones on the seafloor. It was real. Undeniably, geologically, topographically real. During the last ice age, global sea levels were up to 130 meters lower than today. That changed everything. The Malay Peninsula extended far to the east. Sumatra, Java, Borneo, all of them were part of a continuous landmass. You could have walked from modern-day Vietnam to Bali without ever touching a boat. Sundaland was Southeast Asia's lost continent, and it was massive. And for tens of thousands of years, it was home. To animals, yes. Elephants, tigers, rhinoceroses, but also to humans. Real, breathing, thinking humans who hunted, fished, gathered, maybe even planted. Long before civilization officially began in Sumer or Egypt, people lived on Sundaland. They left tools, they left bones, they left hints. But then the melt. As the Pleistocene drew to a close and the Holocene kicked in, the world began to thaw. Glaciers retreated. Oceans surged. Sundaland began to shrink. One tidal breath at a time, its valleys flooded. Its coasts vanished. Whole ecosystems drowned beneath the slow, rising tide. But it wasn't just nature that was erased. It was memory. Because here's the problem with Sundaland. It's hard to write a history of something that happened underwater, before writing existed. So instead, we look to fragments. A flake of obsidian here, a fragment of pottery there, a cave painting, a story passed down through centuries. And we begin to imagine the possibility that Sundaland wasn't just inhabited but civilized. Not in the skyscraper sense, not even in the Mesopotamian sense, but in the sense of people building permanent shelters, managing land, forming communities, understanding stars, pre-flood sophistication, coastal cultures thriving along now-vanished rivers, villages dotting inland basins that are now continental shelves, maritime traders before there were official maps. If true, it would mean that Southeast Asia, long dismissed in classical narratives, might have been one of the earliest hubs of human ingenuity. That's not just radical, it's subversive, because it reframes the old hierarchy of cradle civilizations. It challenges the idea that the Fertile Crescent was the singular launchpad of modernity. It says, maybe you missed something underwater. Some scholars have proposed that Sundaland could be the real root of Austronesian expansion, the cultural explosion that eventually populated the Pacific Islands and parts of the Indian Ocean. These Austronesians built some of the most sophisticated ocean-going vessels in the ancient world. They navigated by stars, swells, and the behavior of birds. They settled thousands of islands. But where did they come from? Could it have been Sundaland? Imagine a culture born in vast river valleys, where fishing and farming weren't just activities but lifelines, where mobility across land and water was natural. Then, the waters rise. Slowly, irresistibly. The first instinct? Stay. Build rafts, reinforce homes, prey. The second? Migrate. Eastward to the highlands of New Guinea, northward to the mountains of Indochina, westward into the Indian Ocean. The great dispersal begins. Cultures fragment, evolve, survive. But even as they scatter, they carry something with them. Language, myth, and the memory of a lost homeland swallowed by the sea. You see this in flood myths across the region. Indigenous people of Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines speak of lands that sank, of gods that wept, of oceans that took more than they gave. In Javanese lore, there's talk of a vanished kingdom and island realm that disappeared beneath waves after its people turned to sin. Sound familiar? We've seen versions of this story before in Atlantis, in Kumari Kandam, in the Legends of Mu. But Sundaland isn't conjecture. It existed. And if it held civilization however primitive or sophisticated, then its loss was one of the greatest cultural extinctions in human prehistory. And it didn't happen overnight. Unlike Doggerland's sudden demise, Sundaland drowned in slow motion. Millennia passed between the first encroaching waves and the final, gulping submersion. That's plenty of time to adapt or to fail trying. It's a tantalizing thought that the world's greatest collective trauma happened not with fire or war, but with water. That human civilization began with a tide chasing it inland. And it raises a question: how much of what we call the beginning was really just what was left? Because what if the so-called rise of civilization in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley wasn't the start but the reboot, the second act, after the first was swallowed? That's what Sundaland implies. That the sea is not just a metaphor for mystery, but a graveyard of forgotten knowledge. That we might be building our empires on the ruins of others we never knew existed. And the ruins, in this case, are buried beneath hundreds of feet of salt water. Here's the sobering part: we might never find them. The technology exists to scan parts of the ocean floor, but only a tiny fraction of the seafloor has been mapped in detail. Underwater archaeology is expensive, political borders complicate international waters. Coral and silt cover ancient stones like veils, and nature doesn't care about your budget. But even if we never lift a single potsherd from beneath the Java Sea, Sundaland's absence speaks volumes. It whispers in the genetic markers of modern Indonesians. It hums in the syntax of Austronesian languages. It lingers in the mythologies of displaced islanders. And it warns quietly, insistent that no land is permanent, that no shore is safe forever. And so we arrive at the question that haunts every sunken land. Was there culture? Was there civilization? Because we can prove land, we can find bones, but civilization is harder. It requires memory, symbols, continuity, tools, and temples, and tombs. Maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe Sundaland doesn't need us to prove it was a civilization. Maybe it just needs us to remember that it was. Because the next time you fly over Southeast Asia, look down. All that blue? That's not just sea, it's story. And if Sundaland was the drowned platform of prehistoric Southeast Asia, then what lies to the south may be even stranger. A continent submerged not in legend, but in geography. A place that exists, physically, but almost entirely underwater. Welcome to Zealandia. 7 civilizations down, and the waves are only getting deeper. If you're still here riding the currents of Sundaland, you're the kind of explorer we make these videos for, so hit that subscribe button and join the dive all the way down. And hey, where are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Midnight myths or lunchtime legends? Drop it in the comments. We're mapping a new kind of lost world, one viewer at a time. Zealandia culture. It sounds like science fiction. A continent that no one noticed for centuries, hiding in plain sight beneath the waves. A landmass the size of India, nearly 94% submerged, with only its tallest peaks poking above the ocean's surface, and we call those peaks New Zealand. But it's not fiction, it's Zealandia, a real, verifiable, geological continent. Not an island chain, not a figment of Victorian imagination. A whole tectonic plate of continental crust, submerged like Atlantis on a continental scale. And if the land was real, could the culture have been To ask whether there was a Zealandia civilization is to dive headfirst into one of history's strangest riddles. How do you reconstruct the memory of a culture when all you have is the tip of its mountains and the shape of its seabed? Let's start with what we know. Zealandia, also known as Te Eri Ua Maui in Maori, was once above water. Not all of it, not at once. But for millions of years, large parts of the continent were dry land, exposed during periods of lower sea levels. During the last ice age, particularly between 30,000 and 12,000 years ago, massive ice sheets locked up enough water to expose broad tracts of Zealandia's northern regions. That means coastlines, river valleys, fertile plains. All the ingredients for life, and possibly for civilization. And here's where things get weird. Zealandia was only officially recognized as a continent in 2017. Before that, it was dismissed as a collection of islands and submerged plateaus geological flotsam. But detailed surveys of the seabed showed that it was, in fact, a coherent landmass. It has all the features of a continent: distinct geology, elevated crust, well-defined boundaries. It just happens to be almost entirely underwater. So, why does this matter? Because if the land was there and it was, then the door opens to a possibility most archaeologists haven't even begun to explore, that people may have lived on parts of Zealandia long before it sank. To be clear, the mainstream position is that humans arrived in New Zealand, the visible tip of Zealandia, around 1200 CE, with the arrival of the Polynesian Maori. Before that, conventional wisdom holds, the islands were uninhabited. But what about before they became islands? What about 12,000 years ago, when sea levels were lower and parts of Zealandia formed continuous land with massive coastlines, river basins, and even highlands? If Doggerland, Sundaland, and Beringia could host thriving populations during the Ice Age, why not Zealandia? Let's speculate because no one else is. Imagine a culture that lived along the exposed plains of what is now the Tasman Sea. People who moved between what we now call the North and South Islands, not by canoe, but on foot. People who fished in shallower bays, farmed in valleys now drowned, built settlements where only fish now roam. They wouldn't have left behind towering stone cities. These would have been early societies, Mesolithic or Proto-Neolithic, but they might have built in wood, dug into earth, shaped tools from obsidian and bone. Their homes would have been swept away by time and tide, but their memory? That's the haunting part. It's possible that some traces survive not in writing, but in story. Take Maori oral traditions. They speak of great floods, of shifting lands, of ancestors who came from the sea, yes, but also of lands that once were and are no more. These stories are often interpreted as allegories for the arrival from Hawaii, the Polynesian ancestral homeland. But what if they also carry traces of something deeper, something older? It's not just the Maori. Polynesian myths across the Pacific speak of sunken lands, of islands that vanished, of ancestors who fled the sea's wrath. If Zealandia was a real place, and it was, then perhaps the legends we now assign to other places may, in fact, be misplaced memories of it. Or maybe memories that bled together across generations of migration. Let's talk landscape. Zealandia wasn't just a wet sponge of rock. It had elevation, mountain ranges, basins, floodplains, and those who lived there would have been shaped by its geography. Picture a people who lived with constant earthquake risk, as Zealandia sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire. A people who saw the land tremble and called it the breath of the gods. Maybe they used geothermal vents for warmth. Maybe they understood the cycles of tectonic violence, the rhythms of rising seas. Maybe they even moved with the waters, abandoning drowned settlements and migrating to higher ground, a lifestyle somewhere between sedentary and nomadic, tied to terrain that was always changing. They would have been seafarers, inevitably. As the land broke apart, the rivers became inlets. The inlets became straits. Boats went from luxury to necessity. The people who survived were those who adapted, those who took to the sea and learned to live on it. Which raises a curious possibility. Could Zealandia be one of the lost launching pads of Pacific exploration? We know the Austronesian migration spanned from Taiwan to Easter Island, from Madagascar to New Zealand. That's the largest maritime expansion in human history. And yet, its exact points of origin and staging remain fuzzy. Perhaps Zealandia was one of Thema Midpoint, a way station, a lost homeland. Maybe, long before the Polynesians discovered New Zealand, their ancestors escaped from Zealandia. Or maybe not. Maybe the culture of Zealandia rose and fell long before the Austronesian wave. Maybe it existed 10,000 years earlier. And by the time the Pacific explorers arrived, only forests remained, birds, volcanic peaks, and a silence too deep to name. There's another layer to this mystery. Zealandia's geology is complex. It's rich in minerals. It has unique biodiversity. And yet, we've barely scratched the surface because most of it is underwater. That makes archaeology a logistical nightmare. There's no shovel you can swing at the bottom of the ocean, no ruin you can dust off with a brush. Everything has to be scanned, dived, dredged, and so far, no one's really looking. We're still coming to terms with the existence of Zealandia. We haven't even begun to ask what might lie beneath its crust. What we have is absence. The absence of artifacts. The absence of narrative. The kind of absence that doesn't feel empty but full, like the silence that follows a thunderclap. You know something happened. You just don't know what. But if Sundaland was erased by slow tides, and Doggerland by one great wave, Zealandia was lost through the geological equivalent of a long, slow sigh, a continent slipping under over millions of years. Sometimes above water, mostly below, half seen, half forgotten. It's the ultimate ghost continent. And maybe that's fitting, because if the people of Zealandia ever lived, ever built, ever told stories to their children beneath stars that no longer shine the same, they'd be gone without a trace. No ruins, no cities, just whispers in the deep. But the ocean isn't done whispering. Because just to the northwest, across the Bay of Bengal and through the spine of the Indian subcontinent, lies another legend. This one didn't sink beneath the waves entirely, but parts of it did. And according to ancient Indian texts, it wasn't just a city, it was an empire. And its name was Rama. Rama Empire. There are lost cities, and then there are lost civilizations. But every so often, myth and memory conspire to suggest something even grandarin. Entire empire, ancient beyond memory, brimming with flying machines, shimmering palaces, and wars that made the sky burn. The Rama Empire. To the mainstream historian, it's a curious footnote in Hindu mythology, perhaps a metaphor, perhaps a symbol. But to the believer, to the fringe theorist, to the reader who dares to look at a 2,000-year-old poem and see not poetry but history, Rama is something else entirely, a blueprint for a pre-flood supercivilization. Let's begin with the source, the Ramayana, one of the two great Sanskrit epics of ancient India, alongside the Mahabharata, a sprawling tale of gods and mortals, demons and dharma, battles and banishment. In its pages, Prince Rama rescues his wife Sita from the demon king Ravana. He allies with monkey warriors, crosses oceans, and wages a war that ends with flaming arrows and crumbling fortresses. But it's what lurks in the background of this story that's truly staggering. Because this isn't just a story about good and evil. It's a story of cities made of crystal and gold, of aircraft called vimanas that soar through the sky like divine chariots, of vast, technologically advanced kingdom, some said to be buried beneath what are now jungles, deserts, or oceans. And the biggest claim of all? That the Rama Empire, sometimes called Aryavarta, or simply the ancient Indian civilization, was one of the oldest, if not the oldest civilizations on Earth. We're not talking 5,000 years ago. We're talking 10,000, maybe more. Before the flood. Before history had a pen. In alternative histories and speculative theories, the Rama Empire was said to have flourished during the same era as Atlantis. Where Atlantis ruled the West, Rama ruled the East. Two hemispheric powers locked in ideological, perhaps even military, rivalry. Their war, according to some readings of the Mahabharata, was not just mythic, it was apocalyptic. Let's talk Vimanas. These are not vague metaphors. The ancient texts describe them in detail: circular or cylindrical flying vehicles, some the size of cities. They moved silently or with thunder. They were powered by mercury, fire, or even spinning gyroscopic engines, according to some interpretations. And in the Vaimanika Shastra, 20th century text claimed to be a translation of ancient Sanskrit blueprints. The descriptions go even further: anti-gravity, heat rays, cloaking devices, instructions for building and piloting, diagrams that resemble mechanical parts. To the skeptic, it's pseudo-scientific nonsense, a modern forgery, a fantasy. To the believer, it's evidence of a forgotten science, a memory of a time when man didn't crawl out of caves, but fell from the sky. Let's not forget the Mahabharata's war scenes. One passage in particular describes a weapon so terrifying it chills the blood. A single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 1,000 suns rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death. People turned to ash. Food was poisoned. Hair and nails fell out. Birds circled in confusion. It reads like a first-hand account of nuclear war. And yet, it was written over 2,000 years ago, describing events that supposedly happened even earlier. Coincidence? Symbolism? Or an echo of something real? Now, step back. What if the Rama Empire was real? Not a single city like Dwarka or Harappa, but a sprawling civilization covering much of the Indian subcontinent and beyond. A culture so old its history became religion. So advanced, its science became myth. So powerful that even its collapse was remembered only in the language of gods and demons. Could such a civilization have existed? Let's talk geography. India's ancient reverse, especially the now vanished Sarasvati, fed vast, fertile regions. Today, the ruins of the Indus Valley Civilization lie near the modern borders of Pakistan and northwest India. Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, cities with grid patterns, plumbing, standardized weights, but these are only what remains above water. What about what lies beneath? The Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal are riddled with anomalies. Sonar scans have detected rectangular structures, underwater walls, gridded layouts, some as deep as 40 meters underwater. Not proof, but breadcrumbs. And the coastline has shifted. Rivers dried up. The land changed. If the Rama Empire was coastalif, its greatest cities hugged the sea like so many civilizations, though then rising waters would have swallowed them. Erosion and silt would have buried the rest. But let's not stop with India. Rama was said to be an empire. That implies scope, reach, influence. Could it have stretched beyond modern borders? There are those who believe the remnants of Rama's culture are visible across Southeast Asia. The temples of Angkor Wat, the inscriptions of Java, the monuments of Thailand. Not as conquests, but as survivals. Embers of a fire long thought extinguished. Could the Rama Empire have been the parent of multiple cultures? If true, that would make it not just a lost civilization but a seed civilization. And here's where things get darker. Because if the Rama Empire fell, it didn't fall peacefully. It fell in fire. The texts describe war on a scale hard to comprehend, flying machines, raining death, weapons that could level cities. A war between Rama and other ancient powers, including the Asuras beings, described both as demons and as rival kingdoms. Some theorists suggest these weren't literal demons, but another ancient civilization, maybe Atlantis, maybe something else. The point is, it wasn't just a collapse, it was a conflagration. A war so devastating, the survivors had to start over from scratch. That's why we don't find spaceships in the desert. That's why there's no tech left behind. Because everything was obliterated by design. The few survivors became gods in the stories. Their technology became magic. Their history became myth. And then, the flood. The rising seas of the Holocene epoch. The final burial. The drowned ruins. The lost coastlines. The submerged sanctuaries. The end of Rama. But not quite. Because if myth is memory, and ruins are only the bones of memory, then Rama isn't entirely gone. Its stories persist. Its symbols echo. Its influence remains embedded in the DNA of Indian culture and, possibly, in more places than we know. There's a city, you see, said to have been built by Rama himself, or more precisely, ruled by his avatar Krishna. A city of gold and towers, of markets and mansions. A city that vanished beneath the sea on the day its divine ruler died. Its name? Dwarka. Thule, civilization. Imagine the far edge of the world. A place where maps run out. Where compasses spin like drunkards. Where the sun vanishes for months at a time, and ice is more common than earth. A land that isn't a land at all, but a riddle wrapped in frost, wrapped in legend. Thule. Even the name feels like a whisper, a half-remembered promise from the lips of an ancient sailor, a syllable that sounds like the ocean sighing through broken teeth. Thule, the mysterious land beyond the northernmost boundaries of the known world, the place where Greek knowledge faded into speculation and Norse mythology woke up and started throwing axes. The earliest mention of Thule comes from Pytheas, a Greek explorer sailing around 325 BCE. He claimed to have journeyed north beyond Britain, into a land where the sun barely set in summer and the sea turned to a jelly-like substance. A place of fog and shadow, 6 days' sail from the Orkney Islands. He called it Ultima Thule, the farthest place. Historians have since argued whether Pytheas was describing Norway, Iceland, or even Greenland. But to others, Thule was never about latitude. It was about loss. A cultural North Star, a vanished civilization, and perhaps another sunken world. Because scattered throughout the myths of the Norse, the Celts, and even early Germanic tribes are echoes of a people who lived before the ice, before the flood, in the far north. In cities carved from the snow. Cities that did not survive. Let's push deeper. What if Thule wasn't just a place, but a memory? What if it was the last northern outpost of a prehistoric culture erased by the end of the Ice Age? We know that between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago, the northern latitudes were in flux. The retreat of the glaciers didn't just change the temperature, it redrew the map. Massive ice dams burst, releasing freshwater torrents that flooded coastlines and submerged entire regions. Vast areas of what is now the Barents Sea, the White Sea, and even parts of the Arctic Ocean were dry land, in some cases, habitable land. And then, suddenly not. If humans live therein, there's increasing evidence that Paleolithic and Mesolithic peoples ventured far into the high latitudes then. What happened to their stories when the ice gave way to ocean? Did they migrate south? Did they die out? Or did they survive just long enough to whisper what they remembered to the people who came after? This is where the Thule legend becomes more than a curiosity. It becomes a potential breadcrumb in the broader trail of human amnesia. Because Thule shows up everywhere, not just in Greek reports, but in Norse sagas, Icelandic poetry, and even Nazi ideology. More on that later. Some versions describe it as an island, some as a continent, others as a kingdom in the sky. But the one thing they agree on? It's gone, lost. Removed from the world not just geographically, but temporally. It's not just far away, it's before. In Norse myth, there's talk of a golden age, a time when gods and giants walked the earth together. The Aesir and the Vanir. Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Realms like Jotunheim, Alfheim, and Asgard. But beneath these layers of myth, scholars have long suspected a deeper substratum of lost cultural memory, a whisper of a people who lived not in Asgard, but in the Arctic Circle, who knew the sky, who mastered the cold. Could Tula have been their final stronghold? Let's imagine them. Call them the Tulians, Ice Age survivors, coastal navigators, a culture adapted to extreme cold, to long nights and endless days. They would have understood the stars better than most, not because they were romantic astronomers, but because in the north, the sky is everything. The auroras, the constellations, the slow, patient wheel of the cosmos turning above a frozen horizon. They may have lived in stone and ice, built earth lodges, crafted tools from bone, ivory, driftwood, but they also may have carried knowledge, memory, stories of warmer lands, of drowned coasts, of gods who brought fire and vanished beneath the sea. And when their world began to drown, they fled southward. Their migration patterns etched into the DNA of Northern Europeans, their legends transformed into sagas, their history dissolved into poetry. That's one version. There's another, darker one. During the 20th century, the myth of Thule was hijacked by the Nazis, specifically the Thule Society, an occult organization obsessed with Aryan roots and racial purity. They believed that Thule was the origin point of a master race, a Hyperborean civilization wiped out by cataclysm, but remembered through bloodlines and esoteric wisdom. It was nonsense, of course, dangerous, delusional nonsense, but it proves something interesting, that Thule, as a concept, is sticky. It refuses to die. It can be reimagined, repurposed, mutated, and still carry weight. Because we all want to believe there's something older, something purer, something that came before us, that knew more than we do. Thule taps into that. It's not just a myth, it's a placeholder, a question mark at the top of the world. And maybe, just maybe, a real civilization. Could it have left ruins? Perhaps, but they would lie beneath the Arctic Ocean or buried in permafrost, places few archaeologists can reach. And even if we found a tool, a bone, a campsite, how would we tie it to that Thule? The legend outpaces the evidence. Still, the polar regions are changing, melting, opening, and with them, perhaps, some of the secrets they've kept buried for 10,000 years. Maybe we'll find proof, maybe we won't. But Thule isn't just a place, it's a boundary, the edge of what we know, the fringe where fact meets folklore, the moment when the map stops and the myth begins. And on the other side of that myth, if you sail south and west into the Atlantic's warm breath, you'll find another story, one of islands, of sun, of volcanic stone, and quiet memory. A people who speak of ancestors that came from the sea or fled into it. They are the Guanche, and their home is the Canary Islands, Canarian Atlanteans. There are islands that look like accidents' jagged teeth rising from the ocean, as if the earth stubbed its toe and spat out some lava. The Canary Islands are not those. They're too deliberate. 7 main islands, lined up like stepping stones across the Atlantic, just off the northwest coast of Africa. Volcanic, yes. Rugged, yes. But somehow, poised. Like they're waiting. For what? For a story, maybe. And that story might begin with a question. What if these islands are not just islands? What if they're mountaintops? The lonely peaks of a drowned plateau. A piece of land long since swallowed, now remembered only in myth. A place that, to some, sounds suspiciously like a certain lost civilization. Atlantis. But let's back up. Long before anyone drew lines connecting the Canaries to Plato's sunken city, people lived here. Strange people. Isolated, pale-skinned, tall, with light eyes and ruddy hair. Their technology was Stone Age, but their culture, according to the few fragments we have, was complex, spiritual, structured. They were the Guanche. When the Spanish arrived in the 15th century, they were stunned. How had these people gotten here? There were no boats, no visible means of contact with the outside world. And yet, here they were, living on islands hundreds of miles from the nearest mainland, building megalithic structures, mummifying their dead, and telling stories of lands lost to the sea. The Spanish did what conquerors always do. They took, they killed, they converted. They wrote everything down, but with the understanding that they were superior, and the Guanche were a primitive curiosity. But fragments survive. Enough to hint that the Guanche weren't just an island tribe. They were the final echoes of something older. Something bigger. Let's dig in. The Guanche Languagino extinct was part of the Berber family. That ties them, tentatively, to North Africa. But the connection is thin. And their physical features? Not typically North African at all. Early accounts describe them as tall, strong-boned, with complex spiritual systems and surprising technological quirks like the embalming of corpses using native plants, and the construction of pyramidal structures, some of which still dot the Canary landscape. Yes, pyramids on islands. Now, pyramids don't automatically equal lost civilization, but when you find them far from the Nile or the Andes, built by a people with no known architectural legacy, you have to raise an eyebrow. Especially when those same people speak of a time before the sea rose, before their ancestors came to these islands, before memory frayed. They remembered a homeland, one that no longer existed, one that sank. They didn't call it Atlantis. That was Plato's word, but they described it. A great land, far to the west, lush, powerful, swallowed by water in a great catastrophe. Sound familiar? It's not just the Guanche. Across West Africa, from the shores of Morocco to the deserts of Mauritania, there are stories of lands beneath the sea, of ancestors who came from the ocean, of cities now gone. And here's where it gets interesting. The Canaries lie in a straight line with the Azores. Both sets of islands rest atop the mid-Atlantic ridge, a massive undersea mountain range. Some geologists believe there was a time, not that long ago in geological terms, when parts of this ridge stood above water, not as a single continent, but as a string of islands and plateaus large enough to host life, maybe even people. This is the so-called Atlantic stepping stone theory, that human migration, or perhaps even trade, could have moved west from Africa, using now vanished islands as rest stops. If true, that could mean that the Guanche weren't isolated flukes, but the last surviving outpost of a much larger network. A maritime civilization? One that collapsed with the waterline. It's not hard to imagine. Picture it, an archipelago-based empire, trading obsidian and fish, spreading myths and technology, straddling the gap between Europe, Africa, and the unknown lands beyond the horizon. Their cities carved into basalt cliffs, their rituals held under the stars, their boats sleek and seaworthy, traveling from peak to peak. And then, something shifts. Sea levels rise, volcanoes erupt, a tsunami hits, the stepping stones vanish, the links are broken, and the survivors retreat to the high ground literally. The mountain tops that are now the Canary Islands. They remember what they can. They teach their children to revere the sun, the stars, the sea. But without trade, without writing, without connection, their knowledge decays. Technology is forgotten. Memory becomes myth. And one day, a Spanish galleon arrives and mistakes them for primitives. But they were never primitive. They were post-cataclysmic. You see this all over their culture, in their reverence for mountain caves, in their astronomical alignments, in their burial rites. They were keeping something alive, even if they didn't fully understand it anymore. A memory, a warning, and maybe, just maybe, a map. Some modern theorists believe the Canary Islands were the easternmost outposts of Atlantis. Not the core, but the frontier, trading hubs, colonies. Places where the Atlantean culture met the edge of the known world. It would explain a lot. The advanced spiritual systems, the megaliths, the stories of a sunken homeland, the physical traits so distinct from the mainland. Even their lack of seafaring capability in later centuries could make sense why build boats when the sea has already betrayed you. It's not proof, not in the academic sense, but it's compelling. And it forces us to rethink what we mean by civilization. Because civilization isn't always skyscrapers and steel, sometimes it's silence. Sometimes it's a people living on the edge of extinction, holding on to a story they barely remember, because to forget it would mean losing themselves entirely. That was the Guanche. And they were not alone. Across the Mediterranean, another seafaring people rose and fell. A culture more famous than the Guanche, more documented, more celebrated, but perhaps no less drowned. They too lived on an island. They too were undone by the sea. They were the Minoans, Minoan sea kings. Long before the glory of Athens, before Rome dreamed of empire, before the pharaohs raised their obelisks high above the sands, there was a city that glittered on an island in the middle of the Aegean Sea. A place of art, of color, of strange symbols and stranger rituals. A city with no walls, only confidence. They didn't build fortresses. They didn't need to. They ruled the sea. Knossos, heart of the Minoan civilization, named for King Minos, part man, part myth, part bureaucratic god of labyrinths. The Minoans were Europe's first true civilization. But that's just the surface. Peel back the polite veneer of academic language, and you find something older, weirder, and vastly more haunting. Because the Minoans were not just early, they were other. We often think of ancient civilization as starting with dirt and blood kings and armies, conquests and walls. But the Minoans, they painted dolphins. They filled their palaces with frescoes of dancers, bull leapers, and women with exposed breasts and sharp eyes. They made pottery so intricate it looks modern. They wrote in two undeciphered scripts, Linear A and Cretan hieroglyphs, languages that still keep their secrets. And they built labyrinthine palaces. Not castles, not keeps, palaces, administrative centers, multi-storied complexes with plumbing, with theatrical spaces, with storerooms filled with grain and oil and wine. Some had hundreds of rooms. Corridors winding through stone, light wells that bathed rooms in sunlight, indoor frescoes that glowed like stained glass. They weren't warriors, they were planners, they were dreamers. But they were also masters of the sea. The Minoans controlled maritime trade throughout the eastern Mediterranean. From 2600 BCE to around 1400 BCE, they were the undisputed sea kings of the Aegean. Their ships-long, sleek, efficient connected them to Egypt, the Levant, Anatolia, and Greece. They brought in tin, ivory, and ideas. They sent out oil, textiles, and perhaps something less tangible, influence. Wherever they went, they left a mark. You see Minoan motifs in Mycenaean palaces, in Egyptian tombs, even in the myths of later cultures. The double axe, the sacred bull, the snake goddess, echoes of a world long vanished. But how did they vanish? That's the question. Because one day, they were there powerful, peaceful, rich. And the next? Gone. Sure, the Mycenaeans took over Crete. They moved into Knossos. They absorbed what they could, but they didn't build it. They inherited it like squatters moving into a burned-out mansion. What happened to the Minoans? The standard answer is the eruption of Thera. Their modern Santorini was a volcanic island north of Crete. Around 1600 BCE, it exploded. Not a firework, not a burp, a super eruption. One of the most violent in recorded human history. It obliterated the island's center, sending ash into the stratosphere, waves across the sea, and chaos through the heart of the Minoan world. The resulting tsunamis would have slammed into Crete's northern coast where its major cities and ports sat, vulnerable and unsuspecting. Ships destroyed, harbors buried, farms drowned in salt. A navy turned to splinters. The city survived, at first. But something broke. Trade collapsed, economic systems unraveled, priests lost face, palaces burned. And then Mycenaean invasion, or internal collapse will, never know which came first, but within a few generations, the Minoans were no longer the Sea Kings. They were history. But here's where it gets interesting. What if the Thera eruption didn't just cripple the Minoans, it erased something even older? Because the Minoans left no stories of their own destruction. They didn't write about the eruption. They didn't record the tsunamis. Why? Maybe because they were already in decline by then. Or maybe because what we call the Minoan civilization was actually the second civilization on Crete. A rebuilding. A renaissance after something deeper had already been lost. Some archaeologists believe earlier palatial complexes like Phaistos and Maliaware destroyed around 1700 BCE in a different, earlier catastrophe. Possibly another earthquake, possibly another eruption, possibly the final gasp of an even more ancient Aegean culture. What if we're only seeing the upper floors of a drowned skyscraper? Add to that the fact that parts of the Minoan world may now be underwater. The Aegean is filled with stories of cities submerged by the sea, of harbors swallowed whole, of sacred isles now nothing but shoals. The Greek myths are full of it. Delos, Atlantis, Lemnos, even Crete itself sometimes described as a floating island, anchored only by divine will. And the Minoans? They were deeply oceanic. They worshipped the sea. Their art is filled with marine life, octopuses, dolphins, fish, spirals that mimic waves. They built their cities near the coast, open to the sea, as if expecting it to bring only gifts. They forgot the sea takes too. Or maybe they didn't forget. Maybe they remembered something older, a civilization even more oceanic, lost to a deeper flood. Maybe the Minoans were descendants of survivors, trying to recreate a glory they barely remembered. That would explain the myths. The labyrinth, the Minotaur, a monster in a maze, a king who sacrifices children, a civilization hiding a secret it cannot control. What if that myth isn't just metaphor? What if it's a garbled memory of a cataclysm? What if the labyrinth wasn't just a palisade, was a prison for a truth too big to face? That the sea had taken everything once before and would do it again. We look at the Minoans and see light, color, peace. But maybe that's the mask. Maybe the real story is darker. Maybe they knew they were living on borrowed time. And maybe, just maybe, they weren't the first. Because deep in the heart of China, there are caves that stretch for miles beneath the mountains, strange pipes embedded in stone, a lake so still it looks like glass, and rumors of a civilization not quite human. A people who may have lived not just under the earth, but under the water. The Beigong pipes are calling. The Beigong civilization. There are places on Earth that seem too strange for explanation. Not because they're grand, or ancient, or mythical, but because they sit just outside the reach of logic, like they're part of a joke the planet is playing on us. Or maybe part of a memory we aren't supposed to have. Beigong is one of those places. High in the desolate reaches of western China, in Qinghai province, surrounded by the silence of wind and the loneliness of red, stony desert, lies a place called Mount Beigong. Not a mountain of grandeur, just a squat, weathered mass of rock that might be forgettable if not for the things sticking out of it. Pipes. Yes, pipes. Dozens of them. Rust-red tubes poking out of the mountain, leading into caves and crevices, some disappearing into nearby Tuosu Lakea body of salty water that adds to the surrealism. The pipes vary in diameter. Some as wide as a man's thigh, others no thicker than your thumb, all of them embedded into the rock like veins. Some run vertically into the ground, others protrude horizontally from cliff faces. No welds, no seams, just pipes. According to initial Chinese reports from the early 2000s, the site is a geological anomaly, or possibly an archaeological one. Depending on who you ask, the pipes are either natural mineral formations created by water and iron-rich sedimenter, the remnants of an impossibly old infrastructure, an ancient plumbing system, maybe even something more. But if the latter is true, then we're dealing with a civilization not merely lost to time, but to taxonomy, because this wouldn't be another Atlantis or Sunderland. This would be something far stranger, possibly even non-human. Let's start with the impossible. The Chinese government originally dispatched a team of scientists to study the site. The resulting analysis suggested that the pipes were composed of iron oxide, silicon dioxide, and calcium oxide. Okay, fine. But about 8% of the material, they reported, was made up of something unidentifiable, something that didn't match known compounds. Cue the speculation. Was this ancient technology? Fossilized remnants of a prehistoric industrial site? Artifacts of a civilization predating the oldest known in China? Or something else? It's not just the composition of the pipes. It's their placement. Some are embedded in solid rock, others lead deep into cavernous openings. Some dive straight into the lake, suggesting if they were actually functional that they once transported water or gas or something else. If the pipes are natural, they're the weirdest mineral veins ever recorded. If they're artificial, they were made by beings who understood engineering, metallurgy, and purpose. But there's no record of such a people. Not in Chinese legend, not in Sumerian myth, not even in the weirder corners of global folklore. That's where the Beigong enigma breaks the usual pattern. Most lost civilizations come with a story. Atlantis has Plato. Lemuria has Blavatsky. Even Doggerland has the bones and sediment. But Beigong? Silence. And sometimes, silence says more than noise. Let's imagine for a moment that the pipes are artificial, that long before the rise of the Shang dynasty or the Yellow Emperor, before rice terraces and dragons, there was another presence in this part of the world. Not an empire, not a kingdom, something quieter, more utilitarian, less ceremonial. A peopler entities that lived below the rock, below the mountain, below the surface of the lake. A subterranean or even subaquatic civilization. The caves inside Mount Beigong are numerous, some extending hundreds of meters into the mountain. Some are flooded, others dry. And if the pipes once connected these spaces, then we're looking at an integrated structure, a habitat, a facility, a nest. Were these dwellers like us? Perhaps early humans with a talent for metallurgy, whose knowledge was lost in a local cataclysm, or were they not like us? That's where the fringe theories pile up. Aliens, time travelers, a parallel species hominid or otherwise that developed independently and disappeared without a trace. Let's dial it back. Maybe these were early humans. A society that developed not on the surface, but underground, for environmental reasons, for religious reasons, or maybe because the surface at that time was uninhabitable. We often assume that early humans lived in open plains and forests. But what if, for a brief span of history, the smartest move was to go subterranean, to build cities in the rock? To craft pipes not for luxury, but necessity ventilation, water movement, heat dispersion. And when the world changed, when the climate warmed, or the earth quaked, they died, or left, or were absorbed into other cultures, the memory erased. But the pipes remain. There's also Tuosu Lake to consider. Saline, deep, unfathomably still, the pipes that descend into it suggest an interface, not just a settlement, but a system. Something was moving into or out of that water. Could it have been part of an aquifer? A mineral extraction system? Or if we're wearing our Mythgog Elsa gate? Because Beigong isn't just about rock and rust. It's about access. It feels like an entrance. And entrances, as any myth will tell you, lead two ways, inward and downward. Which brings us to the mythological angle. China, unlike the West, doesn't have an Atlantis myth per se, but it does have subterranean storious tales of kingdoms beneath the ground, of mountain gods, of underworlds not ruled by death but by knowledge, Taoist immortals, Agartha-like cities, secret masters. What if Beigong is a cracked doorway to one of these? An echo of a civilization that chose depth over height, stone over sky, function over fame. A civilization that survived a flood not by fleeing but by sinking. Because here's the other strange thing. The pipes are corroded, yes, but they're ancient in a way that seems to predate even natural iron deposits in the region. Some dating estimates suggest they could be as much as 150,000 years old. Now, that's controversial, but even if it's only 15,000, still older than any advanced metallurgy in known Chinese history. And if it's even older, then we're looking at an impossibility. Unless, of course, impossibility is just ignorance wearing a mask. There's a pattern here. A structure too intentional. A timeline too inconvenient. A location too remote. Just enough to be dismissed. Just enough to be real. Because while Beigong doesn't come with legends carved in gold or palaces buried in coral, it comes with something just as loud: inconsistency. It doesn't make sense. And that, in archaeology, is where the good stuff lives. But Beigong isn't alone in its inland isolation. To the southwest, closer to the Red Sea and the roots of the Nile, lies another mystery. One not of iron, but of stars. Not of pipes, but of patterns. And if Beigong shows us the shadow of something forgotten, then the next civilization may show us the dawn. Because before the pyramids, before the pharaohs, there was a stone circle. In the desert, Nabta Playa people. Long before the pyramids cast their shadows over Giza, before the Sphinx watched silently across sand-blasted epochs, before Egypt even had a name, there was a circle of stones standing in the middle of nowhere. Not built to impress, not to house the dead, just there, quiet, perfectly aligned, waiting. Nabta Playa. Let the name roll off your tongue like wind across the dunes. A dried lake bed in southern Egypt, in what is now the Nubian desert, but once around 10,000 years ago it was a wetland, lush and alive. A seasonal lake fed by monsoons, grasslands, herds of cattle, and people. People who weren't supposed to be this organized. People who weren't supposed to build things yet. And yet they did. They place stones in a circle, not randomly, not casually, but with intent, aligned to the solstice, to the rising of Orion's belt. They created what some believe to be the world's oldest known astronomical sitea, Stonehenge, that predates Stonehenge by more than 1,000 years. These were the Nabta Playa people. Who were they? We call them pastoralists. It sounds nice, mild, as if they just followed cows around and painted on rocks. But these weren't simple nomads. They weren't primitive. They were engineers of ritual, priests of the sky. They watched the stars, measured the heavens, aligned megaliths to track the seasons, the solstices, the birth and rebirth of the rain. Why? Because they had to. In this environment, survival depended on knowing when the rains would return. If you missed the monsoon, you died. If you moved too early, your herds would starve. So they watched the sky, and they learned its language. They built the earliest known calendar circle. Stone slabs arranged in a precise orientation, not for vanity, for function, to read the sky, to mark time, to predict when the desert would turn green again. But maybe they learned more than just timing, because the circle is only the beginning. Around it, archaeologists have found tumuli burial mounds, sacrificial sites, remains of cattle, buried with great care, stone alignments that seem to track stellar movements over long periods. This wasn't just science. It was religion, a cosmology etched into earth. And where there is religion, there is civilization. The Nabta Playa people didn't live in cities, not the way we think of them, but they gathered, they returned, season after season, decade after decade. For at least 2,000 years, this site was sacred. That's longer than most empires last. And here's where it gets deeper. Some scholars believe that the people of Nabta Playa were the cultural ancestors of the ancient Egyptians, that when the Sahara began to dry out for good around 5,000 BCE, people migrated eastward, toward the Nile. They brought their cattle, their astronomy, their gods. They built Egypt. Think about that. Before the pharaohs ruled the river, before the pyramid architects raised limestone to heaven, there were cattle-herding astronomers on a seasonal lakebed, staring at Orion and dreaming of time. They carried those dreams to the Nile. And perhaps they remembered something older. Because what stands at Nabta Playa isn't just functional. It's ceremonial. It's excessive. It's reverent. As if the people were honoring something more than just the weather. As if they were copying something. Imitating. Preserving. It raises a question. Who taught them to look up? Maybe no one. Maybe the sky teaches on its own. Maybe it speaks to anyone who looks long enough. Or maybe the Nabta Playa people inherited their knowledge. Not genetically, culturally. From another group, one that didn't make it. Because the Sahara wasn't always a desert. Thousands of years before Nabta Playa flourished, this region was green. Lakes, forests, rivers that don't exist anymore. Whole ecosystems now buried beneath dunes. What if a civilization lived here before the desert came? Not a myth, not a metaphor, a real one. And when the rain stopped, when the rivers dried, when the lake became a memory, they left, or they died, or they left clues. And maybe Nabta Playa is one of those clues. A ritual site built not as an innovation, but as a replication, a cultural salvage operation, a way to remember the rhythms of a world now gone. This would make the Nabta Playa circle not the beginning but the end of something older, a stone punctuation mark in the sentence of a civilization long since erased. And maybe there's more. Tuareg legends, Berber myths, and older Saharan rock art all speak of times when the desert was fertile, when people sailed across what is now sand, when gods lived in the sky, and the ground responded to their footsteps. A land of lakes, of magic, of loss. And always, always, the stars. Why Orion? Why does this constellation appear in so many ancient systems? Egypt, Nabta Playa, Angkor Wat, Teotihuacan, the Hopi Mesas. The pyramids of Giza align almost perfectly with Orion's belt. Coincidence? Archetypes? Or a shared memory? A memory that maybe the Nabta Playa people were trying to preserve. Or hide. Because here's the other strange thing. When researchers excavated the stone circle, they found not just alignments but shapes. A carved stone resembling a cow, another possibly representing a human figure. These weren't just markers. They were symbols, language without letters, worship without walls. But worship of what? The stars? The rain? Or the past? We'll never know, not completely. But the location of Nabta Playa is important. Remote, harsh, almost inaccessible. A place you'd never go unless you had tour, unless it meant something. What if this wasn't just a seasonal site? What if it was a pilgrimage? A destination for remembering, for ritual, for mourning. Not for the dead, but for the drowned. Because maybe the people of Nabta Playa came here to watch the sky, not just to predict the monsoon, but to honor a world that had been lost. A world they escaped. A world the sea or the sand had taken. They couldn't bring it back, but they could point to where it once was. They could mark its shadow in the stars. That's what the circle is. A compass of grief. A map of memory. And when they left, when the Sahara took the lake, the stones, the cattle, they left that map behind. And now, we find it. We measure it. We nod respectfully. But do we understand it? Or are we too far removed? Because the next lost civilization didn't just remember the past. They traded with it. They built a city of gold, a port that hummed with mystery. And they called it Tartessos. Tartessos. If Atlantis had a cousin on the Mediterranean, one wrapped in gold, cloaked in fog, and humming with the low oceanic thrum of forgotten trade, it would be Tartessos. Even the name feels like a half-remembered dream. Tartessos, the word, hanging somewhere between Greek myth and Iberian soil, a ghost syllable drifting along the coasts of Spain. A place described with awe, spoken of by Herodotus, whispered by poets, and all but scrubbed from the modern map, not because it didn't exist, but because it was lost. Start with the basics. Tartessos was real, or at least real enough to haunt ancient texts. The Greeks spoke of it as a fabulously wealthy kingdom at the edge of the known world, beyond the Pillars of Hercules' modern Gibraltar, where the sun set and the world ended. They described its people as cultured, literate, wise. Its rulers were just. Its cities gleamed with metal, and above all else, it had gold. So much gold, in fact, that Tartessos was said to export it by the shipload. Gold, silver, tin, and iron. These weren't trinkets, they were resources. The raw materials of empire, the bones of the Bronze Age. And the location? Somewhere near the mouth of the Guadalquivir River in southern Spain. A place where rivers met sea, and trade met mystery. But here's the thing, no one knows exactly where it went. No ruins, no palaces, no smoking gun inscriptions, just fragments. And that absence the silence of Tartessos louder than any monument. Because, for centuries, Tartessos was seen not as a city, but as a cipher. A stand-in for somewhere ancient, rich, and gone. Some scholars claimed it was Atlantis in disguise. Others said it was merely an exaggeration, a port town inflated by trade and time. But evidence keeps surfacing. Artifacts, inscriptions, burials. All scattered, all tantalizing. Enough to say that Tartessos was more than myth, but never enough to pin it down. Let's get poetic. Imagine a kingdom born from the meeting of worlds. On one side, the Atlantic wild, open, dangerous. On the other, the Mediterranean refined, measured, ruled. And right in the middle, Tartessos, a hinge between civilizations. A place where Phoenicians came to trade, where Greeks came to wonder, where Iberians built in stone and bronze and dream. A melting pot long before that phrase existed. They say the Tartessians had their own writing, system undeciphered, of course. They say their kings ruled for generations, and one Arganthonioswas said to have lived for over a century. A long life? Or a symbol of dynastic continuity? Does it matter? They were different, that much is clear. More egalitarian than their neighbors. Richer, but less arrogant. Connected to the sea, but not swallowed by it. Until, of course, they were. Because Tartessos didn't just vanish slowly, it disappeared. Around 500 BCE, it stops appearing in Greek texts, vanishes from the record. A city that traded with Tyre, that welcomed Odysseus in song, just gone. Some say it was the Carthaginians, that they raised it to eliminate a rival. Others blame internal collapse, perhaps climate change, river shifts, or political rot. But there's another theory. The oldest one. It sank. Herodotus writes that Tartessos was built near a marshland. The Guadalquivir Delta is prone to flooding. The region is seismically active, and more importantly, it's shifting. Over thousands of years, the coastline has crept inward. River paths have changed. What was once land is now silt, wetland, even sea. If Tartessos was built too close to the edge on artificial mounds, near tidal basins, or low floodplains, it might have drowned. Not in a single day, like Atlantis, but in slow motion.
Year by year, storm by storm, a slow drowning, a cultural suffocation.
And maybe that's worse, because if the sea takes you all at once, at least someone remembers. But if it takes you gradually, it erases not just your buildings, but your name. And that's what happened. By the time the Romans arrived, Tartessos was legend, a name on old coins, a whisper in sailors' tales. But the signs remained. The Lady of Elche, the treasure of Carambolo, the strange fusion of Phoenician and Iberian art, the hints of a language that doesn't match the rest. All of it says the same thing. Tartessos was different. It was old. It was rich. It was connected. And it was lost. Let's imagine what it looked like. A harbor city built of stone and sun-dried brick. Markets filled with incense, amber, and metal. Ships from Tyre, Carthage, and Athens crowding the docks. Priests watching the stars. Children speaking a language no one else understands. Music played on instruments made of bone and bronze. A people who thought the sea was a friend. They were wrong. And maybe they should have known better. Because flood myths existed here too. The Basques, the Celts, the Berbers, all speak of lands that drowned, of gods who punished, of cities that fell. Did the Tartessians forget? Or did they never know? Either way, they didn't survive. But their influence might have. Some scholars argue that the myth of Atlantis told by Plato centuries after Tartessos vanished was inspired by its story. Not a direct copy, but an echo. A wealthy city, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, punished for its pride, lost to the sea. Atlantis, Tartessos, maybe they're the same. Maybe not. But if Tartessos was the western edge of forgotten civilization, then on the other side of the subcontinent, another city waited. A city born of myth, claimed by gods, and buried by tides. A city with walls of gold and temples of light. A city called Dwarka, Dwarka of Krishna. There are cities you can visit, streets you can walk, stones you can touch. Then there are cities made of breath held in the mouth of a god, whispered through scripture, painted in gold and ocean foam. Dwarka is both. To a historian, it's a real place, a bustling city, On the western coast of Gujarat, India, standing at the edge of the Arabian Sea, temples jutting like fingers into the sky. But to millions of Hindus, Dwarka is more than real. It is sacred. It is divine. It is lost. And that, Lawson like Mythos, not metaphorical. Because under the waters off modern Dwarka lies another city, one far older, one that, according to legend, was built by a god. A city said to shine with golden palaces, bridged with silver causeways, studded with gem-encrusted walls and towers of crystal, the city of Krishna. And it sank. According to the Mahabharata and various Puranas, Dwarka was the capital of the Yadava kingdom, ruled by Krishna himself, an avatar of Vishnu, warrior, diplomat, philosopher, and ultimately, a tragic god. He built Dwarka as a fortress, a haven, a kingdom fit for celestial purpose. It stood on the edge of the sea, fortified not by arrogance, but by cosmic necessity. Then came the end. After the great war at Kurukshetra, after Krishna's departure from the world, the city crumbled. The ocean rose not slowly, but with fury and swallowed Dwarka whole. Its streets were consumed. Its towers silenced, its people scattered. Or so the story goes. To many, it's just that. A story. A beautiful legend wrapped in devotional poetry. But what if it's not? What if Dwarka, or something very much like it, truly lies beneath the waves? Because in 2001, marine archaeologists working in the Gulf of Khambhatov, the coast of Gujarati, discovered something strange. Using side-scan sonar, they found what appeared to be regular structures on the seabed. Long, linear formations, rectangles, patterns, not rocks, foundations. And when they dredged the site, they pulled up artifacts, pottery shards, stone tools, even pieces of what looked like construction material dated, tentatively, to over 9,000 years ago. That's older than the Indus Valley, older than Sumer, older than most accepted notions of civilization itself. Too old, in fact, to be believed. The academic world responded with caution. Some dismissed the findings as natural formations, others questioned the dating. Still, others accused the team of drawing conclusions from chaos. But the question hung there, like mist over the Arabian Sea. What if Krishna's city was real? What if the myths are memories? And more importantly, what if Dwarka was just one node in a much larger, now submerged world? Let's take it apart. Dwarka's mythological layout: 7 concentric cities, fortified with walls of gold and precious stone, sounds fantastical. But it mirrors other ancient descriptions. Atlantis, for one. The sacred geometries of early Vedic and Tantric architecture, for another. These weren't just fanciful designs. They were models, metaphysical blueprints for how a sacred city should align with the cosmos. The city was said to have been built by celestial architects Vishwakarma himself, the divine engineer. It had roads, gates, gardens, and ports connected to the mainland by a giant bridge. It was not a city of huts and huts. It was a city of civilization. But more importantly, it was coastal, perched precisely where myth and geology intersect. Because we now know that during the last ice age, sea levels were dramatically lower. India's west coast extended much farther out. What is now seabed was once shoreline. And as the glaciers melted, those lands vanished beneath the sea. So if there were settlements advanced, organized, and sacred, they're now underwater, just like Dwarka. And here's what makes this city special. Unlike Atlantis, Dwarka doesn't rest solely on philosophical speculation. It has continuity. It has faith. It has lived tradition. Thousands of years of worship, pilgrimage, and belief. The people of Gujarat still tell stories of the city beneath the sea. Fishermen claim to see ruins through the water on clear days. Divers report walls, steps, and stone blocks aligned just so. Temple priests speak of how Krishna, sensing the end of his time, cursed the city to drown but not to be forgotten. And so it wasn't. The visible city of Dwarka, today landlocked, solid, eternalis, a memorial. Its temples echo the shape of the city that once stood below. The Jagat Mandir, or Dwarkadish temple, rises like a memory resurrected, its spire pointing directly to the heavens, as if seeking Krishna himself. But let's talk, people. If Dwarka truly was an ancient pre-flood city, who built it? The Mahabharata describes Krishna as both divine and mortala bridge between worlds. His subjects, the Yadavas, were not gods, they were humans, kings, queens, warriors, musicians. A civilization advanced enough to warrant divine stewardship. They were organized. They had governance, they had architecture, they had spirituality, and they had enemies. Dwarka wasn't peaceful. It was attacked repeatedly. By Jarasandha, by Salva, even by nature itself. It was a city under siege, not just by mortals, but by fate. It stood until Krishna's work was done, and then it didn't. But that timing matters. Because in the story, Dwarka doesn't fall during some mythic golden age. It falls after the Mahabharata war, after the collapse of empires, after the gods go quiet. In other words, it drowns not at the height of civilization, but after it begins to rot. Sound familiar? It should. Civilizations don't usually die at their peak. They die at their edge. When greatness turns to arrogance, when leaders vanish, when the sea, patient and indifferent, comes to collect what was borrowed. Dwarka may have been the last city of an older world. A holdout. A sacred fortification against the coming flood. It stood longer than it should have, and when it fell, the people remembered not just in stone but in scripture. That's the difference. Other drowned cities leave ruins. Dwarka leaves songs. It's in the Bhagavata Purana, the Vishnu Purana, the Harivamsa, the Mahabharata, layer after layer of remembrance, a cultural geology of myth and faith. If it's not real, it's the most persistent hallucination in human history. But what if it is real? Then Dwarka isn't just an anomaly, it's evidence. Evidence that cities did exist before history began writing itself. That humans were building, thinking, and remembering long before we admit that flood myths aren't just cautionary tales, but eulogies. And Dwarka's submersion wasn't the end. It was a signal. The world had changed, the gods had left, and the sea had taken its toll. But the stories remain. And they lead us farther out away from India, away from the coasts, into the great blue silence of the Pacific, where another people, long before the Polynesians, long before memory spoke of a vanished homeland, an island, a paradise, a place swallowed whole. They called it Hiva, Easter Island myths. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, farther from any continent than any other land on Earth, there is an island that looks like a punctuation mark in the story of humanity. Remote, triangular, windswept. Known to us today as Rapa Nui, Easter Island. But long before Dutch ships made landfall there in 1722, the people who lived on this lonely speck of volcanic earth told stories of a different place. A homeland far to the west or the east, depending on the version. A place they called Hiva. Not an island, a motherland. Now lost beneath the sea. Let's pause there. The very idea of Hiva is easy to dismiss. It sounds like just another mythical origin point Atlantis with Polynesian flavor. But in Polynesian oral tradition, these ancestral homelands aren't just metaphors. They're geography, they're memory. And memory matters, especially when it survives 1,000 years of isolation. According to the Rapa Nui people, their ancestors came from Hiva after it was destroyed by some great disaster. a flood, an earthquake, a rising of the sea. Their first king, Hotumatua, was said to have led the exodus fleeing across open ocean in massive canoes, guided by the stars, carrying with them their stories, their gods, and their stone-carving dreams. They arrived on Rapa Nui and remade the world they had lost. Or tried to. Because when you look at Easter Island, you don't see a new civilization. You see a fragment of something older, something incomplete, a memory in volcanic stone. Everyone knows the Moaith towering heads, the blank, solemn stares, but few ask why they were made in the first place. Why a society with limited resources would devote centuries to carving and moving nearly 900 of these massive statues across a barren island. The answer? Remembrance. Each Moai is a person, a chief, an ancestor, but more than that, they are witnesses, eyes cast inland. They watch over the land. They anchor something. They keep something alive. What? Hiva. It's not just the statues, it's the architecture, the language, the rituals. Rapa Nui culture is layered with references to another time, another place. And while mainstream scholars believe Hiva refers to one of the Marquesas Islands Nuku Hiva, perhaps there's no evidence of disaster there, no submersion, no exodus. But the Rapa Nui don't describe Hiva as a place they left. They describe it as a place that vanished. That changes everything. Because if Hiva was real and not just a poetic stand-in for somewhere else, then it may be the only known oral tradition in Polynesia that speaks of a sunken civilization. And the Polynesians don't exaggerate their migrations. Their oral histories are meticulous. They navigated by stars, swells, wind, and the flight of birds across thousands of miles of open sea. They mapped the Pacific in their minds, passed those maps down in chants and carvings. So if they say they fled a land that drowned, we should listen. But where was it? Some theorists suggest Hiva was a now submerged island or island chain in the South Pacific, perhaps part of the Pitcairn, Mangareva, or Tuamotu regions. Others speculate it was farther west, near Tonga or Samoa, and some go big suggesting Hiva was part of a lost Pacific continent, now swallowed by the tectonic restlessness of the Ring of Fire. Enter Mu, Lemuria, the endless string of drowned continents. But Hiva isn't just mythological, it's personal. To the Rapa Nui, it's not some grand ancient world of crystal temples and flying machines. It's home. It was green. It was fertile. It had kings and gods and rituals. And then it was gone. And with it, the connection. The Rapa Nui sailed to the edge of the world and then stopped. They became cut off, not just by distance, but by silence. The Pacific is vast, beyond comprehension. Once they lost Hiva, they were alone. The sea that once carried them became a prison. That isolation shaped their civilization. Without trade, without contact, without reinforcements or reminders, their culture began to loop inward. The Moai grew taller, the platforms grew more elaborate, the myths grew denser. But the center was always missing. Hiva. It's echoed in their ceremonies, the Birdman cult, the sky alignments, the reliance on ancestral guidance. They weren't building a future, they were mourning a past. That's what makes Rapa Nui feel so eerie. It's not just that the Moai stare blankly, it's that they're looking back, toward something no one can see. And as the years passed, the memory frayed. Resources dwindled, forests disappeared, famine and war took root. The Moai were toppled, the gods grew quiet, the people turned inward. And still, they remembered. Hotumatua, Hiva, the ocean that took everything. It wasn't until the arrival of Europeans first, the Dutch, then the Spanish, then everyone else that the Rapa Nui were finally interrupted. Diseases, slavery, missionaries. They were severed again, this time not from a homeland but from themselves. But they held on to the name, Hiva. And here's the twist. They weren't the only ones. Across the Pacific, from Hawaii to New Zealand, from the Marquesas to Tahiti, you'll find echoes of the same root. Hiva, Hawaii, Avaiki, Hawaii, always a land of origin, always unreachable, always past tense. This isn't just myth, it's cartography of cultural trauma. A drowned world remembered across 1,000 islands. A flood myth not written in stone but in roots. And if Hiva really did exist, if there was a land now drowned, now erased, it would mean that the Polynesians weren't just the greatest navigators in history. They were survivors of a cataclysm, carrying memory by canoe, culture by chant, civilization by starlight. That makes Hiva not a fantasy, but a tragedy, and one that may be far older than we think. Because there's another place, high in the Andes, where the people speak of an origin even more impossible, a time before the sun, a people who lived at the edge of the world and perhaps beneath it. They are the Uru, and their home is not land. It's water. Uru civilization, Lake Titicaca, high in the Andes, where the oxygen thins and the clouds skim the mountaintops like wool torn loose from the gods, lies a lake that doesn't behave like a lake. It pulses, it breathes, it remembers. Lake Titicaca, more than 12,500 feet above sea level. Vast, deep, and cold cradles, one of the strangest and oldest human enigmas in the Americas. The Uru. Not a lost civilization in the classical sense, they're still here, still alive, still building reed boats, still living on floating islands made of totora reeds, still singing songs in languages nobody else speaks. But ask them where they come from, and they won't say Peru. They won't say Bolivia. They won't say the Inca or the Tiwanaku. They'll say something far stranger. They come from before the sun. That's not a poetic metaphor. That's an origin story. The Uru say they were already here when the sun first rose over the Andes, that they are not of this world, or, at least, not of this version of it. They call themselves the people of the water, and when asked how they got here, they don't talk about migrations or conquests. They talk about rising, about the waters rising, about surviving something the rest of the world did not. Let's take that seriously for a moment. What if the Uru aren't just an ethnic group with an interesting oral tradition? What if they are the last echo of a civilization so old it predates agriculture? A people who didn't move to Lake Titicaca but were stranded there as the world beneath them drowned. The clues are strange, scattered, and hard to categorize. Start with the language. The Uru once spoke their own language, Uruquilabut. It's now nearly extinct. Most modern Uru speak Aymara or Quechua, adopted out of necessity and contact. But Uruquilla didn't resemble either. It was a linguistic isolate, meaning it has no known relatives. A voice in a crowded room speaking a tongue no one else understands. That's rare and meaningful, because linguistic isolates don't come from nowhere. They come from isolation, from cultures so old or so geographically severed that their roots don't branch, they sink. Then there's the biology. The Uru historically had a reputation for being different. Lighter skin, hair that curled when wet, a body temperature slightly lower than their neighbors. More tolerance for the cold, and according to some accounts, feet adapted to wet surfaces, flat and wide like paddles. Now, some of that is folklore. But folklore has a funny way of surviving the erasures of time. And finally, there's their architecture. Not temples, not pyramids, islands. The Uru live on floating islands made entirely from layers of dried totora reeds. These islands are not stable. They have to be constantly maintained, rebuilt, refreshed. It's a delicate way of life, demanding constant attention, collaboration, and knowledge of hydrodynamics. But here's the thing. They've been doing it for centuries. Maybe longer. No other culture on Earth has developed this exact lifestyle, and certainly not at this altitude. So why did they choose such a fragile, high-altitude existence? They didn't. They adapted to it. That's the theory. That the Uru were once a maritime, people-oceanic, riverine, coastal land. That some cataclysm forced them to seek higher ground. They fled to the mountains. And when the land was taken from them again, they moved on to the water itself. Not because they wanted to, but because it was all that was left. There's evidence to support this. Lake Titicaca is not a typical mountain lake. It's an ancient basin, the remnant of a much larger inland sea. It's also littered with submerged ruins. Let that sink in. Archaeological expeditions have discovered stone terraces, walls, and structures at the bottom of the lake. Entire complexes, possibly temples, sitting under 15 to 30 feet of cold, clear water. In 2000, a submerged temple over 660 feet long was discovered near the lake's eastern shore, larger than a football field, perfectly cut, perfectly aligned. Who built it? No one knows. The Inca didn't. The Tiwanaku didn't. It predates both. And some say the Uru didn't build it either. But maybe their ancestors did. Or maybe they inherited the lake after others were gone. Either way, they remained. And here's where things get mythic. In Andean cosmology, Lake Titicaca isn't just a body of water. It's a womb. The birthplace of the sun, of the moon, of humanity. The gods Viracocha, Manco Capac, and Mama Oclo emerged from its depths. The lake isn't just sacred, it's primordial. And the Uru? They say they never left the lake, that while others came from it, they stayed, that they have always been the stewards of its waters, the children of its breath. What if that's true? What if they weren't just early Andean people, but pre-Andean? Survivors from an earlier epoch, from a flood that erased the flatlands, that swallowed coastlines, that rewrote the continent. A flood no one remembers, except them. Think about that. A people who don't fit. A language no one else speaks. A city underwater. A lake that cradles stars. And above all, a survival strategy so unique it defies classification. Not warriors. Not builders. Floaters. Who else builds islands to escape history? The Uru didn't just live through the end, they engineered around it. And that makes them singular. Not just a tribe, not just an oddity, a living echo of a time before time, of a civilization whose heart still beats low, steady, and soaked in reeds. And if they represent the high-altitude fringe of a great flood, then to the west, along the cliffs and coasts of ancient Peru, there are whispers of another people, people who also came from the sea, or returned to it. Their markers are carved into rock, drawn in sand, aligned with stars and tides. They are the ancestral Andean Sea people, and their signature is colossal. Ancestral Andean Sea people. Imagine standing on a cliffside in Peru. Behind you, the Andes rise like jagged scars across the sky. In front of you, the Pacific Ocean churns, cold and endless. And at your feet, inscribed into the desert like a whisper that never fades, is a geoglyph so massive, so deliberate, it can only be seen from the air. A trident, a candle holder, a signal. They call it the Paracas Candelabra. But no one knows who made it. And that's just the beginning. Because along this stretch of the South American coast where land meets ocean in a long, arid exhale, there's a trail of clues that lead to a people we don't talk about. A people whose names we don't know. A people who left behind not cities or empires, but something older. Something wetter. Let's call them what they were, the ancestral Andean sea people. And they may be the ghost hand that painted the coast in mystery. They didn't build Machu Picchu. That came later. They didn't rule from mountaintop citadels or carve their names in gold. Instead, they left behind glyphs, canals, astronomical alignments, whale bones arranged like totems, and silence. A deliberate kind of silence. Start with the geoglyphs. Everyone knows about the Nazca lines, those massive etchings in the desert, drawn with impossible precision. Monkeys, hummingbirds, spiders, straight lines running for miles, cutting across hills, stopping at nothing. But the Nazca weren't the first to do this. The older lines, the ones closer to the water, in places like Paracas and Palpame, predate them by centuries, maybe more. And they aren't just pictures, they're messages, alignments, coordinates. Many point to the sea. Not north, not the sun, the sea. As if whatever these people were marking, whatever they were trying to preserve, wasn't in the sky but in the waves. Who were they? They were fishermen, yes, shell gatherers, sailors. But more than that, they were observers of tides, of stars, of seasonal changes. They knew when the Humboldt current would shift. They knew when El Niño would bring chaos. They studied the ocean the way priests study sacred texts. Because to them, the ocean wasn't just food or horizon. It was memory. Now here's the twist. Much of this coast used to be different. Sea levels were lower. The desert plateau extended farther. What's now underwater off the coasts of Nazca, Paracas, and even northern Chiloé once have been dry, populated, sacred. Then the ocean rose. The same story, told again. But these people didn't just vanish. They adapted. They moved upward literally. Their glyphs climbed hillsides. Their settlements retreated inland. But their rituals, their gaze, always turned back to the water. Why? Because that's where the ancestors went. That's where the city sank. Think about the Paracas candelabra, 600-foot Longi etching carved into the side of a mountain, visible from the sea. It's not a map. It's a marker, a guide, a signpost for the returning. Returning what? People? Spirits? Ships? Or memories? Some believe these glyphs weren't meant for the living but for those below, that they were placed so the drowned could find their way back, that the ancestral sea people believed in reciprocity between worlds. Surface and sea, past and future, above and below, that's not just poetry. That's cosmology. The Andean worldview doesn't draw a hard line between the living and the dead. It sees time as cyclical, realms as layered. The ocean isn't just water, it's the Ukupacha, the inner world, the underworld. And if a civilization drowned, it didn't die. It descended. It joined the world below, waiting for the right time to rise again. Maybe that's what the lines are saying. Not look here, but wait here. They also left something else behind. The canals. Ancient waterworks crisscross the coastal deserts of Peru, far older than the Inca, perhaps even older than the Nazca. Carved into stone, laid with basalt, they move water with impossible efficiency. Not just irrigation, system-sculpted hydrology. And many lead to nowhere. Nowhere visible. Nowhere on land. But they run straight toward the shore. Imagine that. Canals not for farming but for connection. Not to water but to memory. Not from mountain to valley but from land to sea. Were they trying to reach something? Or were they trying to honor something that had already been lost? Let's dig even deeper. Among the Paracas people descendants, maybe, of the sea folk we find elongated skulls, not malformed by accident, but shaped intentionally, ritualistically, as if to preserve a tradition, a look, a genetic memory. And their burial practices? They wrapped their dead in layers of fine textiles embroidered, dyed, symbol richthen, buried them in sitting positions, facing the sea. Again, the sea. Always the sea. These were people trying not just to survive, but to remember. A civilization obsessed with orientation. As if the only way to hold on to a drowned world was to face it. Stitch it into fabric, draw it on the land, align your bones toward it. Even the dead were navigators. Even the buried knew which way home was. And let's not forget the sea monsters. Among the earliest carvings are depictions of beings, part fish, part man, serpents, leviathans, not in fear but in reverence. Could they have been gods? Could they have been ancestors? Or could they have been metaphors for what was lost? For those who once lived above the water and now live beneath it? The line blurs. And that's the point. The ancestral Andean sea people weren't just early Peruvians. They were liminal, positioned on the edge of land and sea, life and death, past and future. Their story isn't one of empire, or conquest, or collapse. It's one of echo. They may never have called themselves anything at all. No unified name, no single language, just a shared understanding that something had been lost, that the ocean had taken more than it had given, that what they built had to last, not in stone, but in direction. And it has, because the lines are still there. The canals still flow. The trident still burns in the sand. And the silence? It's louder than ever. But the ocean doesn't end in Peru. It curls back into itself. And in the middle of the Atlantic, closer to nowhere than anywhere, lies another whisper of civilization. Not a city, not a kingdom, a fragment, a remnant, a splinter of Atlantis, anchored off the coast of Portugal. They call it the Azores. Atlantean offshoot in the Azores. There's something unsettling about the Azores. 9 volcanic islands adrift in the North Atlantic, tossed like emeralds by a careless god, too remote to matter and too strange to ignore. Officially, they're part of Portugal. Geographically, they're halfway to nowhere. Culturally, they are European with an asterisk. But geologically, that's where it gets weird. Because the Azores don't belong to one tectonic plate. They belong to 3. The Eurasian, the African, and the North American. They sit directly atop the triple junction where continents don't just meet, they argue. And in this geological tension, in this cracked seam of the Earth's crust, lies a mystery older than maps, older than myth, older than language. A whisper of Atlantis. Let's back up. For centuries, sailors spoke of ruins beneath the waves near the Azores, walls, roads, submerged terraces, things that shouldn't exist that far from land. Portuguese explorers in the 15th century reported strange underwater structures near the islands, and while those claims were never officially substantiated, they never entirely disappeared either. They resurfaced. In 2013, divers claimed to have discovered a perfectly symmetrical pyramid beneath the sea between São Miguel and Terceira, roughly 60 meters tall, with a base of 8,000 square meters. Too perfect, too aligned. Some said it was natural, others said, no way. This was architecture. It made the news. Briefly. Then it vanished again. But for some, it was déjà vu. Because long before that, there were theories. Wild ones, dismissed ones, beautiful ones. That Atlantis was not in the Mediterranean, not in the Caribbean, but right here, in the Azores. The idea is not new. In the 19th century, Ignatius Donolith, the godfather of fringe archaeology, argued that the Azores were the mountain peaks of the sunken continent of Atlantis, that the Atlantean Empire extended across the Atlantic, and that when the Great Flood came, the land sank, leaving only these scattered islands above the waves. And while Donnelly's work was full of errors, exaggerations, and Victorian-era romanticism, he tapped into something that refuses to die. Because the Azores feel wrong. Too fertile, too green, too alive. There's a kind of primacy to Themas if they've seen things the rest of the world forgot. And the evidence? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mainstream geology says the islands are about 8 million years old young, in geological terms. But human history here is a blink. Official colonization began in the 15th century, when the Portuguese found them uninhabited. But were they? There are persistent legends among both locals and old mariners of ancient stone structures buried in the forests, megaliths, altars, carvings. And more tantalizingly, there's the occasional artifact that doesn't quite fit, carvings that resemble ancient Mediterranean iconography, dolmens with no cultural explanation. And those supposed underwater walls near Pico Island long, straight, and too evenly spaced to be natural. Still not convinced? Let's pivot to Plato. When he described Atlantis, he said it lay beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. He described a massive landmass that ruled the Atlantic and threatened the Mediterranean, before sinking in a single day and night of misfortune. He wrote this in the 4th century BCE. And while many dismiss it as allegory, others point out that Plato was unusually specific. He wasn't vague, he wasn't poetic, he was technical. He gave dimensions, geography, lineage. If he invented Atlantis out of whole cloth, he did so with the precision of a civil engineer. And if he didn't invent Itif, he was drawing on older stories, then we have to ask, what land could he have been describing? The Caribbean is too far. The Sahara theory collapses under water scarcity. Santorini doesn't fit the size or location. But the Azores? They're exactly beyond Gibraltar. And they're exactly where Plato said to look. But here's where it gets speculative. Deliciously speculative. What if the Azores were not Atlantis itself but an offshoot? A colony, a fragment, a cultural echo. Atlantis may have been a vast empire. Yes, but empires have provinces, frontiers, safe harbors, and secret outposts. What if, as the sea rose, some Atlanteans fled? Not east toward Egypt or Mesopotamia, where they'd become myths, but west, or stayed, held fast to the higher ground, the peaks that didn't drown. That's the Azores. The survivors could have brought their knowledge with them, or fragments of it, enough to build, enough to carve, enough to remember, but not enough to last. Time takes its toll. Volcanoes bury cities, earthquakes shatter temples, forests reclaim altars, and cultures forget. By the time the Portuguese arrived, any evidence would have been swallowed. By earth, by ash, by silence. But memory is a different beast. Memory lingers. In the names, in the myths, in the sense that something isn't quite modern here. There are stories in the Azores of luminous beings, of lights beneath the waves, of gods who lived in mountains, of portals. Always portals. Because in many versions of the Atlantis myth especially, the later esoteric ones, Atlantis wasn't just a place. It was a technology, a way of seeing, a bridge between realms. And that bridge didn't vanish, it fractured. The Azores, then, are not the ruins. They're the ruin. A single, jagged remnant of a much larger structure, the top of a drowned temple, the bell tower of a sunken cathedral. And like any ruin, they tell a story. But they whisper it. Not in stone inscriptions, not in temple walls, but in absence. What's missing is more important than what remains. A civilization with no known builders, roads that go nowhere, legends with no source. That's the Atlantean offshoot in the Azores. And if we take that seriously, we have to ask, how far did it reach? Because if Atlantis had colonies here, it may have had them elsewhere. Perhaps even in places now forgotten, lost to the sea, or hidden beneath newer cities. Or maybe under the waves of the South China Sea, where something else waits. Built, maybe, by others. Or by survivors. South China Sea builders. The South China Sea is a paradox at once a cradle of human movement and an abyss of mystery. It's a place of trade routes, naval skirmishes, coral atolls, and contested maps. A region so geopolitically charged today, it's hard to look at it without seeing flags, fleets, and flashpoints. But dive beneath that chaos, and you find something older, much older. A silence pressed into the seabed, an architecture swallowed by algae and time, a pattern of stones that doesn't belong to any known dynasty, a blueprint, faded and cracked, but still legible to those who dare to look. We call them the South China Sea builders, and no one knows who they were. The clues are elusive, scattered across islands, buried beneath silt, caught in the dragnets of fishing trawlers, and half-whispered in coastal legend. Coral-encrusted blocks, megalithic shapes, sometimes in lines, sometimes in circles, always incongruous. To modern eyes, they look like nothing. But to those who know the language of forgotten ruins, they shout. They say, "We were here, and then we weren't." Let's start with the geology. During the last glacial maximum, sea levels were 100 meters lower than today. That means much of the South China Sea wasn't sea at all. It was land. Vast land bridges connected islands. Coastlines extended hundreds of kilometers farther out. Places that are now reefs were once mountaintops. What's now ocean floor was once valley, river, forest. And people lived there. They must have. Because we already know that early humans were in Southeast Asia at least 50,000 years ago. The Denisovans left traces in the Philippines. Homo floresiensis hobbit, cousin walked upright on islands now surrounded by deep water. And more recently, advanced maritime cultures like the Austronesians began voyaging across the Pacific from this region. But something is missing. There's a gap. Between the hunter-gatherers and the voyagers, between scattered tribes and organized navigation. Something had to bridge that. Something built, and that something may now be drowned. The Philippines, Borneo, Vietnam, Hainan, the Paracel, and Spratly Islands. All are fringes of a former world, a sunken subcontinent. And if we follow the underwater topography, we trace the continental shelf, we begin to see the shape of a vanished landscape. Flooded, gradually. Or maybe not. Maybe all at once. Because there are stories, old ones, hard to date, easy to doubt. Fishermen who speak of submerged walls, divers who find stairs in impossible places, temple ruins with no known builders, statues pulled from the deep, their eyes blank, their provenance unknown. Nothing you can footnote, everything you can feel. Let's talk about Nanmadol. Okay, it's in Micronesia, not the South China Sea proper, but it's relevant. A city built entirely on water, over 90 artificial islets, constructed with basalt columns that weigh up to 50 tons. Aligned with tides and stars, with no local source for the stone. No cranes, no wheels, no beasts of burden. Just humans. Or maybe not just humans. The builders of Nanmadol left no writing, no detailed oral tradition, no continuation. They came, they built, they vanished. Could something similar have existed in the South China Sea? An aquatic civilization, a culture that mastered both stone and current, that didn't just survive on the ocean but thrived in it. The shape of the ocean floor suggests it. Shallow plateaus, stepped terraces, straight lines, features that look natural until you measure them, until you realize they repeat, until you understand that chaos doesn't usually organize itself this way. And then there are the legends. Coastal communities across Vietnam, southern China, and the Philippines speak of the drowned lands, places where the ancestors came from, places swallowed by the sea. Some of the names persist: Biringan, Pulilu, Kaiduan. No known locations, just stories, places that now lie beneath the waves. Always that phrase, always beneath. That's where the builders might be. Their city walls now reefs, their ceremonial plazas buried under sediment, their gods reduced to statues no one can contextualize. But their pattern lingers. In the way temples in Southeast Asia face the sea. In the way prehistory clings to the coastline. In the way every culture here seems to remember something they no longer explain. The builders may have been Austronesian precursors, or a parallel group, or something else entirely. They may have spoken a language now erased, worshipped a pantheon never written down, lived in stilt cities, navigated with the stars, and marked their years by the moon and the tide. And when the sea rose, they didn't scream. They sailed, or sank, or both. Some may have fled inland, merging with highland cultures, their knowledge diluted over generations. Others may have adapted building floating settlements, retreating to mangrove forests, living between earth and water like amphibious ghosts. But some may have simply gone under. Their architecture still sits there, waiting, only accessible for brief moments when a coral shifts, when a trawler pulls something wrong from the deep, when a diver misreads their compass and stumbles into geometry. It happens. And when it does, the ocean tightens its grip. The builders left no obvious temples, no pyramids, no sphinxes, but they left structure, and that's the tell. Because nature can do many things, but it doesn't lay stones in 90-degree angles. It doesn't carve right-angled trenches. It doesn't shape coastlines like blueprints. People do that, or something close to people. And while we can't say exactly who the South China Sea builders were, we can say this: they weren't random, they weren't primitive, and they weren't alone. Because farther north, on the coast of Turkey, another mystery stirs. A civilization not drowned by sea but buried by silence. A cousin, maybe, or a neighbor, tied not by trade routes but by flood lines. They lived near Göbekli Tepe, but they looked toward the water, and we are only just beginning to hear their name. Göbekli-adjacent coastal peoples. The name Göbekli Tepe has become synonymous with the rewriting of history, an 11,000-year-old megalithic complex in southeastern Turkey, predating agriculture, writing, and wheels. It emerged like a time bomb from the Neolithic soil, detonating everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. But Göbekli Tepe is only the hilltop, the camera flash, the still frame. Zoom out, and you find something stranger. Because Göbekli Tepe wasn't built in a vacuum. It wasn't some alien blip in a world of cavemen. It was the crown jewel of a region, teeming with people builders, hunters, star watchers, who left fewer headlines, but just as many questions. This isn't about Göbekli Tepe. It's about the coastal peoples who may have shared its DNA, who may have lived along the shores of a world now underwater. The Göbekli-adjacent coastal peoples. Let's draw a linea literally. Take a ruler to a map and draw from Göbekli Tepe to the nearest coast, the eastern Mediterranean. What you find is a coastline that, 12,000 years ago, wasn't where it is now. It was farther out. The sea was lower, the shelf broader, the rivers ran wider, the land flatter, and people lived there. That's not speculation, that's deduction. Because if you had the organizational ability to drag 10-ton stones up a hill, carve them with predator reliefs, align them with celestial events, and then bury the whole site like some ancient time capsule, then you weren't a one-off. You were part of something larger, and that something almost certainly stretched to the sea. There's a bias in archaeology. We study what we can dig, but digging in the sea is hard. Underwater archaeology is expensive, slow, and limited. And so the easiest conclusion, the laziest un, is to pretend that people just didn't live where we haven't looked. But the geography tells a different story. During the Younger Dryasa, climatic slap to the face that froze and then suddenly thawed the planet, the Mediterranean coastline was a different animal. River deltas extended much farther. The now submerged continental shelf was habitable, fertile, teeming. Then the melt came. Not gentle, cataclysmic. Sea levels rose, fast. The coastline retreated. Cities, if they existed, drowned. Villages became myths, and memories became gods. Let's hypothesize. What if the people who built Göbekli Tepe or their cousins were part of a culture that had two halves, one inland, one coastal? A kind of duality, seasonal migration between the hills and the shore, hunting and gathering in the mountains, trading and building near the sea, one for survival, one for civilization. We've seen this before. In Mesopotamia, in the Indus Valley, in the Nile Delta. But Göbekli's people had no cities yet. Or did they? What if their first attempts at urban life rudimentary, early, fragile, or coastal? What if their temples of stone were echoes of something older, softer, now erased by waves? We might never find those cities, but we might find their fingerprints. And we have strange stone tools, underwater structures off the coast of Israel, submerged ruins near Lebanon, odd alignments in the Aegean, all dating to the same general epoch. All existing in that gray fog between prehistory and history. They aren't definitive, but they rhythm. The rhythm of human hands, of organization, of repetition. That's civilization. The Göbekli-adjacent coastal peoples may have been proto-urbanists, experimenters, builders, who began shaping the world just as it was shifting beneath them. And when the flood came, they didn't survive. They fled. Some inland, perhaps, to hills like Göbekli Tepe. Hills that became refuges, that became shrines, that became storage containers for memory. Why build Göbekli at all? Why carve animals into stone, arrange them into circles, then bury the whole thing under layers of earth? Maybe it was a eulogy. Maybe it wasn't a beginning, but an end. A monument to a world already lost, to a coast already drowned, to a time when people lived at sea level and worshipped the tides, not the stars. And maybe Göbekli was their archive. A hard drive in stone. The coastal peoples may have spoken a different language, followed different rituals, worshipped different gods, but they shared blood, ideas, and catastrophe. This isn't about one site. It's about scale. We talk about the rise of civilization as a ladder. But what if it's a seesaw? What if civilization doesn't rise? What if it returns? What if the Göbekli builders weren't inventing the sacred, but remembering it? Here's where it gets wild. If you overlay floodplain maps with early Neolithic sites, a pattern emerges. People fled up, from coasts to hills, from deltas to plateaus, from abundance to survival. And with them came stories. Flood myths, all across the region. Mesopotamian, Canaanite, Hittite, always the same beats. The gods were angry. The sea rose, only a few survived. They built anew. They honored what was lost. Sound familiar? It should, because it's the same story everywhere. The Göbekli-adjacent coastal peoples may have been the source of those stories. The drowned ones. The forgotten architects of the first cities. And while the hilltops lasted, the coastlines did not. But maybe, just maybe, some part of their legacy lingers. In stone arrangements, in submerged terraces, in persistent myths that refuse to die. They may have whispered their last words into the rising tide, and the tide may have carried them west, toward Egypt, toward the mouth of a river so fertile it gave birth to gods. And beneath that river's delta, beneath the Nile itself, something else is buried. Something older than pharaohs, older than pyramids. Something lost, but not gone. Submerged Nile Delta cultures. The Nile is a god masquerading as a river. 1,000 miles of liquid ancestry, winding like a black serpent through the pale ribs of the Sahara. The cradle of pharaohs, the corridor of pyramids, the source of life where there should be none. But what if that's not where the story starts? What if before there were pyramids, before there were tombs, before there was even the concept of pharaoh, there was something else? Something older, something wetter, something now underwater. Let's descend into the silt. The Nile Delta, where the river spills into the Mediterranean in a fan of fertility and chaos, is more than just a swampy miracle. It's a time capsule. But the capsule is leaking, dissolving into mud and tide, swallowed by erosion and memory. It's one of the most unstable archaeological environments on Earth, fragile, sinking, and forgotten. And beneath that watery chaos, there are ghosts. Archaeologists know of them. They call them pre-dynastic settlements, forgotten hamlets buried in alluvium, mud brick houses erased by floods, graves lost to shifting channels. They speak of Buto, of Mendes, of settlements now reduced to outlines in the clay. But that's just the edge. That's the part we can dig. The rest lies under the water. Because 8,000 years ago, the Mediterranean wasn't where it is now. The coastline was different. The delta stretched farther north. Entire regions that are now seabed were once marshland, farmland, hunting grounds. Civilization didn't start at Giza. It started in the floodplains. And the first people to ride the Nile's rhythms before the dynasties, before Narmer, before Osiris had a name may have built their cities there. And then lost them to the water. Let's rewind. The end of the last ice age brought a global sea level rise of over 120 meters. In the Nile Delta, that meant inundation, slow at first, then faster, ancient river mouths drowned, settlements swallowed. And with each passing generation, the memory of the drowned world turned into myth. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it turned into religion. Egypt's entire cosmology is obsessed with water. The primordial sea, the Nun, the first hill to rise from the flood, the Benben. The creator god Atum standing atop it, alone, spitting creation into existence. That's not metaphor. That's memory. Of a flood. Of a drowned world. Of land reclaimed by sea. And of the survivors who rebuilt on higher ground. So who were the people who came before? We call them the Fayum A culture, the Merimde, the Badarian, the Nakada. But those are just labels, convenient pins on a map we don't fully understand. What they left behind are the faintest of signatures. Pottery, tools, graves, some of it shockingly advanced. And scattered among these early cultures are signs of something even older. Unidentified stone blocks in places they shouldn't be. Carved elements now repurposed in later constructions. And the occasional underwater anomaly? Let's talk about Heraklion. Not a myth. A city. A real functioning port near the modern town of Abu Kirlost, to the sea for 1,200 years and rediscovered in the early 2000s. Divers found statues, columns, temples, sphinxes, shipwrecks. Everything intact. Everything too intact. And while Heraklion is Ptolemaic far later than what we're talking about, it proves a point. The sea didn't just nibble at the Nile. It swallowed it whole. And if it did that in the classical period, imagine what it did to prehistory. we don't have to imagine. Satellite scans of the delta reveal submerged channels, buried structures, and landforms that don't match the current geography. The delta is constantly shifting. Rivers change course. Sediment buries everything. But sometimes, the past pushes back. A carved stone hauled up in a fishing net. A rumor of a stepped platform off the coast. A sonar ping that draws a perfect square. None of it officially confirmed. All of it impossible to ignore. And here's the most important part. The earliest sacred structures in dynastic Egypt mimic the shape of the land. Long causeways, artificial mounds, temples aligned with the flood. Why? Because they were mimicking something they remembered. A template now drowned. Civilization, in this view, didn't begin with the first dynasty. It was reborn. What if Narmer's unification wasn't the birth of a state, but the reassembly of fragments? What if the dynasties rose not from scratch but from salvage? Inherited knowledge. Inland migration. Flood refugees. And what if their obsession with continuity, with preserving tradition, with building in stone what was once lost to mud wasn't just religious? What if it was trauma? Cultural PTSD. The need to anchor memory in granite because the sea had already proven what it could take. The pyramids are stable. But the delta? The delta is drowning. Even now, every year, it subsides. Every year, saltwater intrusion pushes farther inland. The coastline erodes. The past becomes slurry. And still, we barely look. We scrape at the sands of Giza while ignoring the tombs beneath the tide. The earliest gods came from the delta. Wadjet, Sobek, Bastet, all aquatic, all liminal, all emerging from the waters between life and death. Where else would gods come from? If your world was once drowned, your deities would come from the deep, and your memories would surface as myth. That's what the submerged Nile Delta cultures are. Not a civilization with a name, but the nameless hands who laid the foundation, who farmed the first silts, who watched the sea take everything, and told their children, remember. So the children built monuments, and wrote in stone, and chiseled out the divine. But the delta still remembers, and it points west, out to the Atlantic, to where the Celts once built their own markers, not for gods, but for the sea itself. Celtic Sea, megalith builders. Let's begin with silence. Not the peaceful kind, the eerie kind, the kind that clings to cliffs and dunes, the kind that tastes like salt and old stone. The Celtic Sea is quiet today, but not dead, because beneath its cold gray waves lies something restless, something ancient. Not bones, not shipwrecks. Stones. Standing stones. Fallen stones. Aligned stones. Arranged in deliberate lines, deliberate circles, deliberate intent. And the people who put them there, we call them the megalith builders. But maybe we should call them something else. The drowned. Let's rewind 6,000 years. The European Atlantic coast was buzzing with something strange. Communities along the shores of modern-day Ireland, Cornwall, Brittany, and western Iberia began erecting megalith-massive stones, often weighing tens of tons, transported miles and placed with uncanny precision. Dolmens, menhirs, cromlechs, henges. They were building on a massive scale. But here's the kicker. They weren't doing it alone. These structures scattered across thousands of kilometers of coastline share similarities that are too exact to be coincidence. Orientation, design, purpose. Some were burial sites, yes, but others were aligned to solstices, equinoxes, moonrises, tidal markers. They were calendars, observatories, messages. And the message they sent is unnerving. We are watching the sea, not worshiping it, not fearing it, monitoring it. because something had already happened. Or something was going to. Look at Karnak. In Brittany, more than 3,000 standing stones arranged in long, sinuous rows stretching for miles. No writing, no explanation, just an obsession with alignment. Or Newgrange in Ireland, older than the pyramids, designed so the winter solstice sunrise lights up the inner chamber like a divine exhalation. These people weren't playing around. They knew the stars. They knew the tides. They knew how to move boulders without wheels, cranes, or beasts of burden. And they all lived by the sea. That's not a coincidence. The megalith builders weren't mountain people. They were coast dwellers, shore walkers, tidal philosophers. They positioned their monuments close to the edge of the land not for easy access, but because that edge was sacred. Or dangerous. Or both. There's a theory, a growing one, that these megalithic cultures were the survivors of a flood. Not necessarily the flood, but a flood. One of many that followed the last glacial maximum. As ice sheets collapsed, sea levels surged, and with every meter, another homeland drowned. Once, the Celtic Sea wasn't a sea at all. It was land. Vast, fertile land, an extension of Doggerland, the now submerged bridge between Britain and mainland Europe. Imagine grasslands, forests, rivers, a place where people hunted, farmed, gathered, and then it vanished. Slowly, then suddenly, the sea crept in. Coastlines changed. And the survivors, those who lived long enough to remember the shape of the land before the water, came told their stories in stone. That's what the megaliths might be. Not temples, memories, anchors for a world that used to be there. Here's where it gets more unsettling. Some of these monuments, especially those in Wales and Western England, appear to be placed in response to water encroachment, built on high ground, but facing lowlands, facing loss. Think about that. Imagine watching your village drown. Your forests become bays. Your rivers become gulfs. And having no way to stop it, what do? You lift a stone. You put it where the water can't reach. And you make it say, "We were here." That's what megaliths are. They're not just structures, they're defiance. Refusal to be forgotten, refusal to be erased, and refusal to let the sea have the last word. Let's talk tech. Moving 20-ton stones over kilometers of uneven terrain without wheels or animals is not a casual endeavor. It takes planning, organization, mathematics, consensus. That's civilization. Not the kind with kings and coins, but the kind with ideas. These weren't scattered tribes. They were networked. You can trace the stone types, the carving styles, the astronomical alignments. They all rhyme. From Galicia to Cornwall, to Brittany, to the Hebrides. Same thought, different accents. And when you realize how connected they were, you start to ask deeper questions. Were they trying to signal each other? Were they building a map? A warning? A spiritual scaffold for when the earth moved under them? Because it did. Tectonic shifts, rising tides, salinity intrusion, agriculture wiped out by saltwater creep, livelihoods drowned. But something remained. The megaliths. And the memory. Because even after the sea took the land, the people remembered. Oral traditions from Ireland, Wales, and Brittany all speak of lost lands, sunken kingdoms, cities swallowed by the waves. Cantraguelod, Use, Lioness, Atlantis's colder cousins. None of them verified, all of them persistent. And each story carries the same emotional payload. It was real, and now it's gone. That's not fantasy. That's trauma. Encoded, encrypted, retold as legend, passed through fire and frost. These stories don't just describe events, they describe loss. Collective, civilizational loss. Of land, of home, of meaning. And in their absence, the megaliths remain. Silent sentinels facing the sea, backs to the hills, eyes to the abyss. What were they waiting for? Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. The sea is a thief, but it's also a mirror, and when it returns your gaze, it tells you what it took. So if we believe the megalith builders were responding to a slow apocalypse, then the monuments they left behind aren't ancient curiosities. They're survival notes. Instructions carved in silence. Remember what was lost. Mark where it sank. And never trust the horizon. Because the sea never stops rising. And neither does the story. Because just beyond the edge of this mythos lies a name. A kingdom lost. Not in the misty vagueness of legend, but in the sharp edges of Cornish folklore. A place called Lyonesse, and its bells still ring beneath the waves. The land of Lyonesse. If you've ever stood on the southwestern tip of Cornwall in the cliffs near Land's End, where the Atlantic crashes into jagged rock like a beast, denied then you've felt it. The absence. A pressure on the edge of vision, a hush behind the roar of waves, a not there-ness. Look out toward the sea. Just beyond the horizon lies a story older than the nation it hides beneath. A kingdom, a land of knights, towers, fields, and bells. And according to the legends, it sank in a single night. This is Lyonesse, England's Atlantis. But make no mistake, Lyonesse isn't a fairy tale. It isn't a poetic metaphor or a Tolkienian flourish. To the people of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, it's geography, it's folklore with coordinates, and more than that, it's memory. Let's start with the myth. Lyonesse was said to be a vast land stretching westward from Cornwall, connecting the mainland to what is now the Isles of Scilly. It had fertile fields, dozens of towns, and 1,000 bells that rang from its churches. It was the home of Tristan of Tristan and Isolde Famille kingdom of Arthurian nobility. And then, one night, the sea rose. Without warning, without mercy, the entire land was swallowed, leaving only a handful of survivors. The most famous of whom was a man named Trevelyan, who supposedly outran the flood on horseback, his steed flanks foaming with salt and terror, reaching dry land just as the last spire slipped beneath the waves. Dramatic? Yes. Exaggerated? Probably. But completely fictional? Not necessarily. Because here's the part that shivers the spine. There's evidence. Let's start with the physical. Divers off the coast of Cornwall have reported submerged stone walls, paved roads, even what appears to be old field boundaries visible under the water at extreme low tides. Some of this has been dismissed as natural formations or coincidental rock alignments, but not all. A few stone alignments have directionality, purpose, structure, and local fishermen for centuries have spoken of drowned forests, stretches of petrified tree stumps beneath the water off Mounts Bay and the Scilly archipelago. These aren't myth, they've been verified. Real trees. Real root systems, preserved under layers of peat and sand. That means the land used to be dry. And it wasn't just dry, it was inhabited. There are Bronze Age structures and artifacts found in areas now under the sea. Swords, tools, pottery, names without context, cultures without edges. Lyonesse isn't the only drowned story here, it's just the loudest. Because the Isles of Scilly themselves tell the tale. Today, they are a scattering of granite islands and islets, beloved by birdwatchers and beachgoers. But 3,000 years ago, they weren't islands. They were hills. The entire region was once a continuous landmass, forming a much larger island, perhaps connected to Cornwall, or at least only separated by a narrow channel. And then the sea rose. Again. Always the sea. Geological studies confirm it. Between 4,000 and 1,500 years ago, the rising ocean began carving away the lower elevations, transforming highland into islands. By the early Middle Ages, Lyonesse, if it ever had a name, was gone. But it left traces. And not just in the soil, in the stories. Cornish folklore is dense with sea-related catastrophe myths, tales of sunken bells that toll from under the waves, of lights seen beneath the surface, of voices, laughter, music. The sea isn't just a force here, it's a character. And it plays favorites. In some tales, Lyonesse was drowned because its people were wicked, arrogant, godless, indifferent. In others, they were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. One day, they were harvesting wheat. The next, they were fish. The theme? Unpreparedness. Which makes Lyonesse not just a tragedy, but a warning. And the Cornish aren't the only ones who remembered. The Welsh had Cantra Gwaelod. The Bretons had Wise. The Irish had Tir Fo Twynta land beneath the wave. All spoke of a kingdom taken by the sea. All named it. That's rare. Flood myths are global, but to name the land, to mourn it by title, implies something deeper. Not just a universal archetype, a local memory. And Lyonesse isn't just folklore, it's mapped. As early as the 14th century, maps of the region sometimes included land west of Cornwall, where no land now exists. Even some 16th century cartographers left ambiguous smudges labeled Lyonesse. They were copying older sources. Sources now lost. Just like the land. And here's where the poetry sharpens into prophecy. The Cornish coast is still retreating. Every year, the sea chews away another inch of land. Cliffs collapse. Villages sink. Beaches vanish. Lyonesse isn't just a lost kingdom, it's an active process. It's happening again. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Lyonesse isn't a singular event, but a cycle, a reminder. That civilizations rise not just from ambition, but from forgetting, from ignoring the tide, from pretending the edge of the world will hold still. The people who once built on the land that became the Celtic Sea, who erected dolmens, stacked stone walls, raised megaliths they knew. And when the waters came, they remembered. They whispered to their children, it was called Lyonesse. Don't forget. And the children became fishermen, and the fishermen became poets, and the poets carved the memory into legend. Because once a kingdom sinks, it can never be proven, only believed. And sometimes, belief is enough to keep the bells tolling beneath the waves. But the waters that swallowed Lyonesse weren't unique. To the east, where the sea grows black and the coastlines curve like claws, another flood was brewing. Not mythical, not metaphorical. A real geological disaster. One that rewrote the history of Europe in a single catastrophic gulp. The Black Sea Deluge. Black Sea Deluge cultures. Imagine standing on a prehistoric shoreline lush, fertile, humming with life. Behind you, forests. Ahead of you, a vast freshwater lake, serene, landlocked, and modestly content to remain that way. People fish its waters, farm its banks, bury their dead in the sediment-rich valleys that cradle its edge. They have no idea what's coming. Because on the far side of a natural dam, where the Mediterranean ends and the Bosporus Strait now begins, a terrible pressure is building. And one day, maybe in a single thunderous moment, the dam breaks. Saltwater tears through the breach at a speed no one is prepared for, roaring up the ancient channel, turning that calm lake into a rising, churning inland sea. The shoreline is swallowed, villages disappear, cemeteries drown, the world changes. This isn't myth. This is geology. This is the Black Sea Deluge. And the cultures it consumed? We don't even have names for most of them. Let's try. We'll call them the Black Sea Deluge cultures. Because whatever they were, Neolithic farmers, proto-urbanites, complex fisherfolk, they left barely a trace. Not because they were primitive, but because they were flooded. Here's how we know. Before 7,600 years ago, the Black Sea was much lower, about 150 meters lower, in fact. It was a freshwater lake, cut off from the Mediterranean. But as global temperatures warmed and glacial meltwater surged, the Mediterranean began to rise and rise and rise. Eventually, the rising sea overtopped the natural land barrier at the Bosporus. Water from the Mediterranean plunged into the Black Sea basin at a rate estimated between 10 and 100 cubic kilometers per day. That's Niagara Falls multiplied by 100, running for months, maybe years. The result was catastrophic. The Black Sea's water level rose by hundreds of feet. Its shoreline moved inland by kilometers, up to 100 kilometers in some places. What had been forest became seabed. What had been human habitation became silt. And what had been a collection of small, scattered lakeshore communities became lost history. That's not speculation. Core samples taken from the bottom of the Black Sea show a sudden shift from freshwater mollusks to saltwater species. Sediment layers reveal abrupt changes in ecology. Tree pollen vanishes. Marine life explodes. And somewhere, under layers of marine sediment, lie the tools, the bones, the hearths, and maybe even the memories of the drowned. But we don't need tools to know they were there. We have stories. Armenian flood myths, Georgian flood myths, Turkish flood myths, Greek flood myths, all centered around a deluge, a punishment, a sudden rising of the waters. The tale of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survived a flood sent by Zeus, is suspiciously well aligned with the Black Sea catastrophe. Even the biblical tale of Noah, if you strip it down to its core narrative, fits the timeline. A man warned. A flood unleashed. The world reset. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe memory doesn't care about borders. The people around the Black Sea didn't write, but they remembered, and their descendants passed that memory down, reshaped by tongue and belief, until it became religion, myth, and prophecy. What were the deluge cultures like? They were agricultural, most likely. The Fertile Crescent wasn't far away, and grain agriculture was spreading. They would have had domesticated animals, pottery, tools of bone and flint. They might have built timber dwellings, circular or square, arranged in tight communities. But more than that, they would have had a cosmology. Because to live on a lake that big, to watch the moon dance across still water, to hear the silence of a dawn broken only by fish splashes and bird callus, to have a relationship with the divine. And when that relationship breaks, when the water becomes monster, you reframe your gods. You rewrite your stories. You remember, and those memories migrate. It's possible, probable that many of the survivors fled westward, into Europe, into the Balkans, into Anatolia. Some went east, others south. And they didn't go empty-handed. They brought seeds, songs, and sorrow. Some theorists argue that the rapid expansion of Neolithic agriculture into Europe, seemingly explosive, seemingly sudden, might correlate with this catastrophe. Refugees bringing not just crops and tools, but the desperate energy of the displaced. That's how civilizations expand. Not always through peace, not always through conquest, sometimes through necessity. If your homeland vanishes, you have to move. And so they did. And Europe changed. Here's where it gets haunting. Modern sonar has detected possible rectilinear features beneath the Black Sea. Geometric anomalies. Could be natural. Could be noise. Could be the footprint of a house. We don't know. But we do know this. The Black Sea now hides a land that once teemed with life, with thought, with hope. And all of it is under hundreds of feet of salt water. The sea doesn't forget, But it doesn't volunteer answers either. So we reconstruct. We dream. We imagine the children of the deluge sitting around new fires, in new lands, telling stories of the lake that turned against them, of how the earth cracked open and water poured in and everything was changed. We see it in their architecture, in the stone rings of the Balkans, in the star maps of the Caucasus, in the fertility figurines buried in old soil, cultural fingerprints, scattered, and every single one of them carries, in the shape of a spiral or the weight of a myth, the echo of that original drowning. The Black Sea deluge cultures were not Atlantis. They weren't advanced in a technological sense, but they were first to build, first to farm, first to watch the world fall apart, and then first to pass the torch. The Black Sea flood was not the end. It was a migration, and maybe, just maybe, some of those migrants didn't stop at the coast. Maybe they sailed farther, to the west, to the highlands, to the Altiplano of South America, where another mystery waits. A culture so ancient it defies chronology. Tiahuanaco, and the civilization that may have come before. Tiahuanaco's predecessors. There are places on Earth that exist outside of time, not because they're immune to it, but because time, real time, collapses in their presence. Tiahuanaco is one of them. Perched at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level on the frigid Bolivian Altiplano, more than a mile higher than the top of the Eiffel Tower, this ruined city shouldn't exist. Not there. Not at that altitude. Not with that precision. And definitely not that long ago. And yet it does. The stone blocks of Tiahuanaco fit together with surgical precision. Not chiseled, not mortared. Engineered. Some of them weigh over 100 tons. Carved from diorite, one of the hardest stones on Earth. A feat most modern construction firms wouldn't attempt without lasers and cranes. But this isn't about Tiahuanaco. This is about what came before. Because Tiahuanaco was already ancient when the Inca found it, already sacred, already a ruin. Even the most generous scholarly estimates place its peak around 400 to 1000 CE, but local legend disagrees. It calls it much, much older. And behind that legend lies a whisper. A people who lived on the shores of a much larger lake. A people who understood stars, seasons, and stone. A people whose world was swallowed not by war or empire, but by water. Tiahuanaco's predecessors. They built where no one should build. Let's begin with Lake Titicaca. Today, it's the highest navigable lake in the world, straddling the border between Peru and Bolivia. Cold, vast, and impossibly still. But thousands of years ago, it was different. Bigger, fuller. It extended far beyond its current boundaries, creating vast floodplains, marshes, and shallows. Ideal for early civilization, fertile, navigable, and destined to change. Because water never holds still for long. The geological record shows cycles of expansion and contraction, floods, droughts, salinity shifts, and the people who lived there adapted. Or they didn't. Some vanished. And the legends that remain, those told by the Aymara and the Quechua, speak of cities that now lie beneath the waves, of temples visible only when the water drops low, of people who built with light, with sound, with secrets. Fantasy? Maybe. But then there's the archaeology. In 2000, a team of divers and researchers announced the discovery of submerged ruins beneath Lake Titicaca. Stone structures, walls, roads, terraces, all over 30 meters underwater. No consensus emerged. The discovery was dismissed, debated, forgotten. But the lake doesn't forget. Even today, fishermen speak of ruins glimpsed in the shallows. Columns, steps, carvings. And it's not just the water. Above the lake, the ground is strewn with anomalies. Puerta del Solfe, Gateway of the Sunnis, a single monolith carved with astronomical precision. Its glyphs suggest a solar calendar far more complex than expected for a pre-Columbian culture. The Acapana Pyramida stepped platform with subterranean drains and channels indicates hydrological mastery. And then there's Pumapunku, a site so mind-bending in its precision, some claim aliens must have built it. They didn't, but someone did. And we don't know who. The site was already in ruins before the Tiwanaku civilization rose, which means there was something before the before. The craftsmanship is unmatched. Right angles that defy belief. Drill holes. Tongue-and-groove joints. Intricate interlocking blocks. All without metal tools. All without the wheel. And yet all aligned to celestial patterns. The predecessors knew where they were. They built for eternity. And still, eternity drowned them. What caused the flood? Glacial melt? Seismic activity? A shift in the Earth's crust? We don't know. But we know the signs. Shorelines etched into the hills, salt lines high above the current lake, terraces that once kissed the water now parched and abandoned, and always, always, the whispers of the drowned. Here's the wild part. Some theorists argue that the original builders of Tiahuanaco weren't native to the Andes at all, that they came from the sea, that they were refugees, fleeing a sunken homeland to the east, or the west, or from somewhere else entirely. And they brought their knowledge with them. This isn't mainstream archaeology, but it's not baseless either, because the Andes are full of genetic anomalies, crops that shouldn't be native, cultural overlaps with distant civilizations, and stonework that doesn't follow an evolutionary path. It appears fully formed, like a transplant, a memory encoded in megalith. If that's true, then Tiahuanaco wasn't the beginning. It was the continuation, the last gasp of a legacy that had already been lost elsewhere. And its predecessors? They were the ones who remembered, who carried the blueprints in their heads, who built without mortar, and buried their secrets in lakes. That's the part no one talks about. Why is Tiahuanaco so unfinished? Why is it half-built? Why are so many of its structures collapsed not by time, but by something sudden? Maybe the flood came mid-construction. Maybe the water rose, and the predecessors walked away. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they lie beneath the waves. Their tools, their bones, their myths, waiting for the lake to recede, waiting for someone to remember. And if we trace their memory, if we follow the trail of flood refugees, stone whispers, and drowned city-sit leads us east again. Not toward the Andes, but toward a river. A river that once flowed strong across northern India. A river that no longer exists, and under whose dry bed something else sleeps. A city. A series of cities. A civilization swallowed not by water, but by the lack of it. Sarasvati River cities. There are rivers that roar. There are rivers that whisper. And then, there are rivers that vanish. Not slowly, not politely, but in a scream of geological betrayal, leaving nothing behind but sand, bones, and memory. This is the story of one such river, the Sarasvati, and the cities it once carried. Today, there is no Sarasvati River, not officially, not on modern maps. But ask the ancient Sask the Vedasand, they will tell you it was the river, the holiest, the grandest, the axis of creation. And around it? Civilization? Cities that were never supposed to exist where they were found. Cities that shouldn't have been so big, so complex, so self-assured. Yet there they are buried under meters of alluvium, scattered across modern-day Haryana, Rajasthan, and the edge of Pakistan, all of them pointing toward a missing river, the Sarasvati River cities. This isn't just mythology. It's geography, wrapped in mystery, wrapped in silence. Let's dig. The Rig Veda, one of the oldest religious texts on earth, mentions the Sarasvati nearly 70 times, not metaphorically, literally. It describes a river flowing from the mountains to the sea, wide and fertile, flanked by prosperous cities and teeming with life. It was not a stream. It was a force, a cosmic artery. So where did it go? Some believe tectonic shift seismic tantrums of the Indian plateau its tributaries, breaking its spine and drying it out. Others blame climate change, monsoon withdrawal, the slow strangulation of a once mighty waterway. What's left today is the Ghaggar Hakran intermittent, seasonal trickle in the desert, a ghost channel, a pale scar. But dig along that scar, and the dead begin to speak. We're talking over 1,500 Harappan sites. That's more than along the Indus. These aren't outposts or hamlets. These are cities, with brick homes, drainage systems, granaries, reservoirs, roads laid out in grids, civil engineering that still puts parts of the modern world to shame. And yet, they're quiet. No ziggurats, no pyramids, no monumental ego carved in stone. Just order and absence. Because something happened. Something that doesn't show up in broken statues or burned walls but in emptiness. Whole cities, depopulated. Not destroyed, not conquered, just left. Abandoned. As if the people saw something coming and decided not to wait around. The slow death of a river. The water retreated, the crops failed, trade routes crumbled, and the cities, starved of their lifeblood, were swallowed by the desert. But what if that's not the whole story? What if they weren't just left behind? What if they were covered by floods? Not sudden deluges, but a slow, terminal drowning, seasonal overflow turning into permanent submergence, sandbanks collapsing into channels, mud burying what stone could not escape. That's the duality of the Sarasvati story. It is both a tale of flood and drought. The river that gave, the river that took, and the cities that had the misfortune to rely too deeply on it. Here's where things get unsettling. Satellite imagery specifically from the 1980s onwards revealed an unmistakable, ancient river course stretching hundreds of kilometers through what is now desert, a dry riverbed, wide, deep, traced from the Himalayas to the Rann of Kutch. And when you overlay Harappan site data on top, it's a perfect fit. They weren't built by chance. They were built on purpose, aligned to a waterway that has since disappeared, which means these cities weren't just built by a river. They were built for it. Their entire orientation, infrastructure, and scale were determined by the belief that the river was eternal. And then it wasn't. But rivers don't die quietly. They drag everything down with them. Culture, commerce, cosmos. When the Sarasvati dried or flooded, or shifted, or was diverted, it didn't just break ecosystems, it broke worldviews. The sacred was violated. The predictable became predatory. And that violation left scars. Scars not just in soil, but in scripture. The later Vedic texts start treating the Sarasvati not as a river, but as a memory, as something once holy, as something lost. And over time, its image shifted from geographical anchor to metaphysical longing. It became myth, but not because it never existed, because it existed too much, and then was taken. The cities it left behind, Kalibangan, Banawali, Rakigarhi, Biranare, archaeological gold mines, each one tells a different chapter of the same epic. A people who understood hydraulics, who channeled floodwaters, who harvested rain, who built underground drains, water reservoirs, and complex irrigation systems. They knew the river was volatile. They tried to adapt. But adaptation has limits. When the flow dried, their technology failed. When the sand came, their homes vanished. And when the silence settled, history forgot. Until now. Until aerial eyes caught the ghost river in infrared. Until stone told secrets. And now we're listening. The Sarasvati River cities aren't in Atlantis. They didn't vanish overnight. But in some ways, they're worse. They slowly slipped from memory, buried not just by sediment but by our obsession with survival of the biggest. Because they didn't build giant monuments, we assumed they weren't monumental. Because they didn't scream their glory in stone, we assumed they had none. But they were sophisticated. They were advanced. And they were destroyed by something no army could fight. The disappearance of water. The betrayal of Earth. And that betrayal echoes. Because the story doesn't end in India. It stretches beyond. Across oceans. To jungles. To a place where the water never left, but where the memory of a flood still burns in the trees. The Amazon. And what some believe lies hidden beneath its endless canopy. A buried history. A drowned civilization. An Atlantean thread that might not have snapped, but rerouted. Atlantean-Amazon connection. Let's talk about the jungle. The Amazon isn't just a forest, it's a monster. A beast with breath. It inhales clouds and exhales rivers. It drips, pulses, moans with the weight of 10,000 years of untouched chaos. You don't walk through the Amazon, you submit to it. And for a long time, that chaos was the point. The narrative was simple. The Amazon was a wilderness, a green void, a place too wild, too unruly, too wet for civilization. Nothing grew there but vines. Nothing lived there but scattered tribes. Nothing could survive the crush of so much leaf and root. But that story is wrong. There's something under the jungle. And it may be the strangest chapter in the story of lost civilizations yet. Because what if the Amazon was once a city? Not a single city but a network. A sprawling, gridded, geometrically precise civilization buried under the green. And what if the people who built it weren't just locals but survivors? Of a flood. From across the ocean. From a place called Atlantis. Wait. Stop. Breathe. This isn't an episode of Ancient Aliens. This is about patterns. About what happens when the floodwaters rise, when the shorelines vanish, and when knowledge flees inland, wrapped in vines and whispers. Here's what we know. Satellite scans, especially LiDAR Have, revealed impossible things beneath the canopy. Perfect squares, circles, geoglyphs, road systems, raised fields, massive causeways, defensive moats, entire urban layouts. The jungle isn't hiding wilderness. It's hiding design. Archaeologists now believe that millions of people once lived here, organized, structured, technological, in a way that didn't leave pyramids but left infrastructure. Not one city, a civilization. And then it vanished. Or was buried. The theory goes like this. Sometime in the deep past, long before Columbus, long before the Spanish, maybe even before the Maya or the Olmec, a massive, organized culture thrived in the Amazon basin. They had agriculture, engineering, complex social systems. And then they disappeared. Most blamed disease. European contact wiped them out. But some believe they were already a remnant, that their ancestors came from somewhere else, that their knowledge was inherited not from the stars but from the sea, that the jungle was not their origin, it was their refuge. And here's where Atlantis slithers into the foliage. Not the Atlantis of domes and crystal tech, not the sci-fi hallucination, but Plato's Atlantis, the one said to lie Beyond the Pillars of Hercules, larger than Libya and Asia combined, sunk in a single day and night of misfortune. Let's break that down. Beyond the Pillars equals Atlantic Ocean. Larger than Libya and Asia equals an exaggeration or a translation error. But the part that matters? The sinking, a flood, a sudden collapse, a civilization washed off the map. If that happened, if something Atlantis-like existed in the Atlantic and was destroyed, where would the survivors go? West, to land, to forest, to the mouth of 1,000 rivers, to the Amazon. And what would they bring? Memory, geometry, the need to build again. Not pyramids, not monuments, systems. Because if you lose everything to water, you don't start by rebuilding palaces. You start by digging drainage. And that's what we find. The pre-Columbian Amazon is full of engineered landscapes. Terra Pretablac earth soil literally made by humans, enriched for agriculture. It doesn't occur naturally. It was cultivated, sustained, passed down. And we find it everywhere, as if a handbook had been shared, copied, spread across tribes. Knowledge without authors. Instructions without names. Sounds familiar. Sounds Atlantean. Even the myths align. Many Amazonian tribes speak of a great flood, of people who came from across the water, of gods who taught them agriculture, architecture, and astronomy before vanishing into the jungle. And the symbols? Similar. Spirals, Sunday motifs, animal-human hybrids, stylized water serpents. Not evidence, but echo. A resonance across oceans. Here's where it gets surreal. In the mid-20th century, explorers reported stone cities deep in the jungle overgrown, crumbling, covered in vines, dismissed as fantasies, fever dreams. But now, with LiDAR, we see they weren't lying. There are ruins out there, just not the kind we expected. No colosseums, no ziggurats, but foundations, roads, walls, built to survive something, or escape it. So maybe the Amazon isn't just a jungle. Maybe it's a record, a living archive of what happens after the fall. The people who lived there didn't vanish. They adapted. They went vertical living in trees. They went aquatic living with the flood. And over time, they forgot where they came from. Or maybe they just stopped saying. Maybe their ancestors told them, "We came from the sea," but never go back there, because the sea remembers. The Atlantean-Amazon connection isn't about proving Atlantis. It's about understanding what flood does to memory. It compresses it. It drowns it. And then it germinates. New roots, new shoots, a forest grown from shipwreck. The Amazon isn't an origin story. It's an aftermath. And it isn't finished. Because deep below deeper even than the ruins, there's something else. A trench. The deepest place on Earth. Where the pressure would crush steel. And still, the legends say something lives there. Something old. Something impossible. And something that might remember the world before the flood. Mariana Trench Mystics. There are places where the map ends. Not metaphorically, literally. Places where the lines go blank, the depth numbers vanish, and the legends say, "Here be dragons." The Mariana Trench isn't just one of those places. It's the last of them. The deepest point on Earth's crust, buried beneath the western Pacific Ocean. The Mariana Trench drops into a darkness so total, so crushing, so ancient. It's closer in pressure and temperature to outer space than to your backyard swimming pool. It is a world without sun, without color, without time. And some believe it is not empty. They believe it remembers. They call them the Mariana Trench Mystics. Let's start with the science. The trench plunges over 36,000 feet, nearly 7 miles straight down. That's deeper than Mount Everest is tall. At the bottom, the pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level. The temperature hovers just above freezing. It's dark, silent, and seemingly lifeless. But not quite. Microbes thrive in the mud. Giant amphipods drift like ghosts. Bioluminescent fish blink messages in evolutionary Morse code. It is alien, and yet Earth. And here's the mystery. Some believe there was once a civilization down there. Not on the seafloor itself. No living human could survive the pressure. But in the upper layers of the trench, on the surrounding islands, on now submerged ridges, in a world that existed before the ocean rose, before the Pacific widened, before the flood. These people, if they existed, weren't city builders in the traditional sense. They were seafarers, mystics, keepers of the deep, and their temples weren't pyramids. They were trenches. Let's rewind. During the last ice age, sea levels were more than 400 feet lower. Much of the Pacific's edges were dry land. Island chains were connected. Ridges formed archipelagos. What is now Mariana's deep black pit may have once been ringed with coastal settlements, highland shrines, and ocean-facing altars. And then melt. Global warming, prehistoric edition. The seas rose. The islands disappeared. The coasts were swallowed. And those who lived there had two choices: adapt or descend. The Mariana Trench mystics are a hypothetical remnant of this cataclysma society that didn't fight the sea but followed it. They embraced its power. They built rituals around its gravity. They watched the stars from the deepest shadows. And they vanished. Or they hid. Because that's the strange part. Unlike other flood legends, the Mariana stories don't speak of loss. They speak of transformation. Of a people who changed when the sea came, who learned to breathe differently, think differently, disappear at will. It sounds absurd until you realize almost nothing is known about the prehistoric Pacific. The islands hold bones and pottery. But the sea? It hides secrets. Stone arrangements on the ocean floor near Micronesion explained. Symmetrical, aligned with no known purpose. Echoes of sonar scans bouncing off geometric form stew regular for rock, too old for technology, and always the stories. Ask the islanders. They'll tell you about the ones who went into the sea, who never came back, or worse, who did, changed. There are tales of deep-sea shamans who speak with the beings below, of songs that calm storms, of lights that rise from the ocean trench like stars drowning in reverse. Fantasy? Of course. But fantasy is a mask memory wears. And memory runs deep. Let's talk function. If such a people existed, what would they do? They wouldn't farm. They'd forage. Fish. Follow currents. They'd live on the edge of what's livable. They'd study the sea the way Mesopotamians studied the sky. Predicting typhoons. Mapping tides. Reading fish migrations like holy texts. And they would see the Mariana Trench not as a threat, but as a temple. A gateway. Because when you stare into the deepest place on Earth long enough, something stares back. And maybe that's what they worshipped. Not gods, but pressure. The weight of the world, the darkness that swallows light, the silence that holds time hostage. It sounds religious, but it's not so far from science. We send machines to the trench. They break. We drop probes. They vanish. We lower microphones. And sometimes we hear things. Clicks, pulses, rhythms. Like voices learning to speak again after eons of silence. The Mariana Trench mystics weren't just a culture, they were a philosophy. A way of life centered on the idea that the deepest is the most sacred. That the world doesn't rise, it descends. That truth isn't in the heavens but in the void. And maybe they were right. Because everything we've explored in this Sirius Severi lost city, every drowned kingdom, every whispered flood is just surface. Atlantis, Mu, Sonderland, Thule, even the Sarasvati, all of them close to land. Close to what we know. But the trench? The trench is not close. It is unknowable. And that is why it endures. Because the further down you go, the more history warps. Not just what we know, but what we can know. Pressure compresses not just matter, but meaning. And maybe that's why the mystics sank. Because they knew the flood was never the end. It was the beginning. A cleansing. A ritual. A descent into truth. They didn't fight the ocean. They became it. And somewhere down there, in the coldest, darkest corner of the earth, their memory waits. Not in books, not in bones, but in silence. Because that's the final truth of all flood myths. Not that the water comes, but that the world beneath it was always there. Watching, waiting, and one day, rising again.